Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, we are here. We have reached the Friday of one of the most exciting weeks that we've been able to have together, John Kincade, on this wonderful morning show. Obviously, after the Eagles win the Super Bowl, it's the whole build-up to the parade. But in terms of day in, day out events, we have reached the Friday of a crazy one.
This is a crazy week.
I mean, it started Saturday night of last week where the Flyers take game one against the Penguins. Sunday, Sixers get just embarrassed by the Celtics. And then as this week went on, Flyers win 2 more games. Sixers even the series with the Celtics. The Phillies are on the verge of firing somebody after they lost their 9th straight game yesterday.
Are they, or are you just assuming
they
that?
Should, because that would make sense at this point.
You're talking about stuff that makes sense. Because what they're saying is nonsense. So I'm just wishing a guy like you was in charge.
There's a lot of talk about maybe the off day on Monday being the day, because that softens the blow a little bit after.
So go and lose 2 or 3 more games.
Yeah, why not? Another bad loss for the Phillies yesterday. But, of course, last night, the big night was night 1 of the NFL draft. Day 2 today, second and third round. Eagles have a couple of picks, but last night they had 1, and it was originally slotted at 23. And then Howie Roseman, like Jaws, like a shark in the water, Johnny, he saw what he wanted. He wanted a lemon. You know, he smelled lemon in the water, and he said, I want to climb up to the 20th overall pick. Eagles make the trade. They climb up. They trade with the Dallas Cowboys to go up to pick number 20 to jump Pittsburgh, which is an important factor in this story that we'll get to. And the Eagles select Mai Lemon, wide receiver out of USC, 3 years at USC. He's one of those guys, Johnny, where if you go on YouTube and you type in his name, you're going to enjoy yourself watching his highlight package.
I am a fan of the player. I am very much a fan of the player, and I love the fact when my team drafts a guy in the first round, and I do not have to run to YouTube.
Right.
I knew exactly who they were drafting. I knew exactly the player. I've watched him play 6, 7 times. I feel comfortable with it. I was like, okay, I know exactly who this guy is. Love the player, love the skill set. Don't love the pick.
So it's an interesting one, right? Now, look, we all know what's going to happen. If that last night wasn't enough for you to know what's happening on June 1st,
so much going on. Yeah,
we all know what's happening, all right?
Oh, do we?
That solidifies it. A.J. Brown is not going to be on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, so are we did last night finally cause the reality to set in for people?
I don't know, John, because there were people yesterday with the updates on the Vrabel Rossini saga, because, my God, were there a lot of them. There are still people that believe that personal situation that those two has anything to do with the New England Patriots' like or dislike of A.J. Brown. Adam Schefter told us earlier this week it's going to happen, and look forward to having a first-round pick down the road.
I was a little disappointed with my boys, the Philly Dogs, who I follow on Twitter. I love them. I think they do really good work. That they did not round back because, we have the bet.
Yes.
And I said to them last night, did we finish our business here?
Yeah, maybe they were.
We're going to wait till June 1st, but did we finish our business? Would you just admit it?
Maybe they were not ready to admit it just yet. Maybe they will today.
Look, when you were trolling for weeks.
Yeah, I got
and they were specifically trolling me for weeks.
I know.
And I was like, what are your sources? Could you please?
Yeah. So, look, that means if you're still not believing it, it means that A.J. Brown is as good as gone. So you draft a wide receiver, but I get where you're getting at here, because yesterday, leading up to the draft here on Kincade and Salciunas, when I did my hit with Unfiltered yesterday at the oh, my God.
The Jug.
Jug, thank you. I was about to say the
Which, by the way, looked like a fun
It's a great spot.
Fun spot.
It's a great spot. I love it there. I got some wings to go. They're delicious.
What flavor? Sorry to distract.
I went with the honey barbecue yesterday.
Okay, that's good.
I wasn't feeling the heat yesterday. So I wanted an offensive tackle. And I've been saying that. You've been saying that for months now.
Yeah, I did.
Because the Eagles need to start thinking about life after Lane Johnson. And one of the things that the Eagles have done really well is always sort of planning for a year or two down the road during the draft. And your team has been so good the last couple of years that you haven't had to do that, right? Like Jahad Campbell was not necessarily a move for 2-3 years down the road, even though he did replace Nakobe Dean. You were able to plug and play guys. Now you have to really start thinking about that next era of Eagles football. And I thought they were going to draft an offensive tackle. Now, a lot of the guys came off the board. Andrew DeCecco's man, though, Iheanacho, was there at 20.
He was sitting right there.
John, when they made the trade.
You thought that's what they were doing?
I was like, all right, somebody wanted Iheanacho. They made the jump up, and we're going to hear his name selected here. And it was not.
That is exactly what I was expecting to hear, and already had pulled him up on the iPad to begin reading a little bit more. It didn't happen that way.
Now, I'm not freaking out.
Well, nobody should be freaking out.
The kids, they got a really good football player.
No, they got a
But it goes against what the Eagles have been doing.
Correct.
And what the Eagles, really, really pride themselves on with the trenches, both offensive line, defensive line. But, man, it goes to show you, they must really, really respect whatever Sean Mannion is bringing to the table, dude.
Remember when you had the leak in your dishwasher?
Yes.
Did Christy find the leak or did you find the leak?
I did.
Imagine if your wife found the leak and she said to you, Andrew, there's a leak. Oh, it's okay, honey. I'll get to it. But then the next week, well, I just mopped it up. No, just mop it up. It's not even that bad. Just don't worry about it. This foundation of this Eagles team has always been built along the lines, and the success we've had has been built along the lines. I'm really, really concerned that we've got back into shiny toy range, and that the lines of scrimmage, including a line that has 3 guys that are severely banged up and 2 guys that I will guarantee you are not going to be here in 2 years. 2 guys that will not be here in 2 years. 2 guys who might not be here a year from now. I think last night was a missed opportunity.
Well, you weren't going to draft the eventual replacement of Dickerson in round 1. The only guy.
No. But I could trade if I don't like who's on the board at that point. I could trade back. I could get additional draft capital for this year or next year.
Sure.
When I'm going to need them, because you're going to have Lane Johnson, you're going to have Landon Dickerson this year, but you're not going to have it. I don't think you're going to have at least one of them next year, and you're not going to have both of them in 2 years. I just think skipping the lines of scrimmage is a problem. And you don't go, oh, well, what we're going to do is next year we're going to draft 2 or 3 offensive linemen and plug and play them.
Right. No, that's not how it works.
That's not how you go to playoffs and Super Bowls.
But what's amazing is you talk about, hey, if there wasn't a guy you like, you'd trade back. Howie clearly likes. They traded up for Lemon. They clearly value this kid.
Well,
and so that's one interesting play on it. The other thing, I thought about this yesterday, Johnny, because I don't think we're wrong in thinking about drafting the eventual replacement for Lane Johnson.
We've been talking about it for 3 years.
We really have been. But one thing they still could do, and now I'm trying to think, all right, what's this next move that Howie Roseman would make? And it doesn't happen this year. It happens next year. Is do you go the John Runyon route, the Jason Peters route, where they went out and traded for and signed those 2 players? Those 2 guys were very good players before they came to Philadelphia. Could that be the next move for Howie Roseman in a year or 2?
Runyon, they traded a second-round pick?
Something like, because he was an expiring contract, or he had one more year left.
I can't remember the Runyon deal. I think, and Jason Peters was a first-round pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to trade next year's first-round pick to go fix that?
Well, if you would have used a first-round pick, you're getting.
No, but I'm like, yeah, but then you get a guy that you're going to be paying top dollar to. If you're paying a first-round pick,
that might be what they do.
I don't like it. I just don't like it. I like the player a lot, though. So that's where I'm torn this morning.
Okay.
And I do trust that Howie Roseman has done really, really well, especially at the top of the draft. There's no questions asked, and the 2 things can be true. Howie Roseman can draft a great player.
Oh yeah.
But it can be a great player that ends up playing behind a shoddy offensive line, which means that the quarterback doesn't have the time to get the ball to him. The offensive line was beaten up all last year. You had 3 guys in the offensive line that were terribly limping around. Who's to say that doesn't happen
Well,
again?
they went and got their stem cells taken care of. They're good to go, Johnny.
I'm not going to Medellin for nothing.
They're good to go. The player that I sold myself on, and it's all because of that Daniel Jeremiah article yesterday, or the mock draft, where he had the Eagles trading up for Caden Proctor. I talked myself into that. Like, all right, this is the guy.
But he went off. He went off so early, though. That at least. And the thing is, the Caden Proctor thing, and the only thing that bothered me was the dedication to his weight, and the dedication to the question when I read the thing about how much is he focused on getting better and enjoying and loving the game. I hate hearing that. I would have been out.
Yeah,
I would have been out at that. The minute that I hear that a guy playing big-time college football when someone's questioning, I think Ben Simmons.
Yeah. Well,
Like I think that and go, when you say to somebody, how much is he willing to work hard? How much is he willing to work controlling his weight? How much does he love the game? The minute I hear that, I go,
Tim McManus yesterday was saying it sounded very similar to Jordan Davis when he first came out of college. And look.
And Jordan took 3 years to really round into shape. Boy, he really has.
Yeah, absolutely.
It took 3 years, though.
So the Eagles select Mai Lemon, first-round pick. They trade up to get him. So they don't go with the offensive tackle that we've been talking about for years. They don't go with the tight end. That was probably more of a day 2 pick anyway, so tight end might go off the board at some point today.
The guy that they were potentially calling about, they couldn't get the 15th pick. They couldn't get the 16th pick.
For Sadiq, yeah.
And the Jets draft him.
Yep. And then, edge is another position where you start looking around and go, all right, this is all we have right now in this room is Nolan Smith, who's hurt a lot because of the violent nature of his play, and Jalen Hunt. So you went with the position where it didn't scream need, but the dude seems like a very talented player, and we'll see how it translates to the NFL. Who is Mai Lemon? This was Dan Orlovsky moments after the Eagles selected him.
What are the receivers known for? McVay, Shanahan?
Getting across the middle, tough.
And tough. Physical, blocking. This is their Puka Nacua. Mai Lemon is going to be the Eagles' version of Puka Nacua. Move him around, cut splits, run game, in the blocking. This makes a ton of sense.
Now, when you say Puka Nacua, that makes me very happy. Mai Lemon during the combine when he was asked, name your comp. Like, you tell us the comp. He said, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Right.
So these are some players that excite me, man.
Honestly, if you have not spent 5 minutes on YouTube with this young man, he is an incredible talent. Like he's going to get you excited. Again, there is no reason why anybody should look at him and go, man, this guy, he brings it. And he's played against top competition.
Oh, yeah.
He's played against top competition. He showed up against top competition. I do have a number of concern for you. One number. His targets.
Okay.
76 point. I'm looking at two. I found two different numbers this morning. One from a USC writer, 76.2. Targets were over the middle. Does that bother you at all?
No, because I
Jalen?
think Sean Mannion makes it happen.
But does Jalen make that happen?
Great question. And if not, he's gone after this year.
3/4 of his targets across the middle.
Yeah.
But between the hash marks. That concerns me a little bit. His game is there.
And why do you think Jalen's contract is lined up the way that it is, Johnny? I'm just saying. Like, people,
no, what I mean,
people need to be ready for that conversation.
I got you. And the idea being then that's all the more reason why using 3 draft picks to pick this young man again to me is
they got a 7th rounder back in the deal.
Yeah, that's great.
They got a 7th rounder.
7th rounder does nothing.
So that was Dan Orlovsky. Well, what about the men that run the show? Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni at the podium after the first round selection. Here they are talking about Lemon.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about him. Competitor, has the ability to separate in man coverage out of the slot. He can play outside. Physical player, really good with the ball in his hands, really good hands, good in zone coverage, has really good instincts.
Insane ability to catch the ball in contested situations. I love his toughness, insanely competitive, so there's a lot to like. Really excited that he's added to our roster.
I edited that one because he said toughness about 18 times.
Yeah.
Nick loves his buzzwords where he just sticks with one over and over and over again. But clearly they valued him, man. They traded up with the Dallas Cowboys of all teams.
Well, at the end of the day, Nick loves his toughness. At the end of the day.
At the end of the day, that's the big term.
I wish he'd go back to numb. Just say Go back to
You get bothered by so many things.
Well, yes, exactly.
All right, so what does this mean for A.J. Brown, right? We already talked about it a little bit. If you don't believe that A.J. Brown's getting traded at this point,
well, exactly.
I got some property to sell you. I don't know.
Now the shift will be media ran him out of town.
Yeah. Well, no.
After he asked out.
No, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson saying it was the Eagles fans that did it. Remember, that was it the other day.
Fans ran him out of town.
But, of course, after that pick, even though every time Howie speaks, he's trying to find different ways to not answer the question, but you knew that question would be asked after they selected Lemon. This was Howie.
I think all those conversations that we have with our players are between us, and anything they're doing, I'm not saying that negatively or positively, but anyone you ask about, I think that's their business to discuss. Obviously, you're talking about a Hall of Fame player who's been a huge, huge part of any of our success that we've had, and when you watch him play, he's still playing at an elite level.
So that was about Lane Johnson. He was asked about A.J. Brown. He basically said, he's still an Eagle, but we're going to see how this plays out.
Now, he did not say ask Diana Rossini.
No,
he did not.
He did not. Or
okay.
Mike Vrabel.
Or Mike Vrabel.
Because he was unavailable. Oh, no, he was at the draft.
He before he goes to his counseling.
Yeah, he'll go to his counseling on
Saturday. The counseling begins on Saturdays. Didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Can't go Monday.
I listened to his press conference.
That was a bunch of. By the way, I took back everything I said.
I tried telling you.
Took back everything I said because
he's saying nothing.
That was cowardly.
All.
That was as cowardly as it comes. What a disgrace!
All right, so your thoughts on the Eagles' first-round selection? They trade up for a wide receiver. Everybody knew that was happening.
Oh yeah.
You know what? There was one person. So yesterday, the jug handle and our old buddy Tom Alvord was there. Yeah. Tom lives down the road.
What's up, Tommy?
And Tom comes in and he goes, dude, I think they make like a splashy move today. I think they get a skill position guy. And I was like, you're crazy, dude.
A skill position guy. So Tommy Alvord's still smart.
Yes. Yeah, he still is.
He's still smart.
Still has a great voice. And I'm sitting there going,
best voice at the station.
I was like, you're crazy, dude. There's no way they're doing that. And sure enough, they jump the Steelers and they select Lemon, even with Ihanachor on the board. Here you go. Here's Howie Roseman talking about the A.J. Brown situation.
I think for us, again, A.J.'s a member of the Eagles. We don't have any trades that have been made or that are done. And I think for us, we're taking this one day at a time. We're going to look to improve the team tomorrow, and we'll continue to address anything that we have to with our roster. Not only through this draft weekend, but, we'll continue to look for ways to improve the team throughout the offseason and as we get into training camp.
A little different tone than the do you really think I'm going to answer that question today?
Yeah, exactly. Yo, Howie.
a little bit different.
Howie, cat's out of the bag, dude. Yeah, Cat is out of the bag.
All right, your thoughts on the Eagles' first-round pick, and are you worried about the lack of down-the-road planning? I don't think
you're not.
Not as much as you are.
I am completely worried about it. But I love. But again, I'm torn because I love.
You like the player.
I'm going to give the LO word. I love the player. I think the player is an exceptional talent, and I think he's a value at 20. I can't believe they got him at 20.
Yeah.
But I just wouldn't have done it. But Howie's the guy who makes that call. And I hope he has a plan for this offensive line because I'm not really buying into what the vision is right now to fixing that offensive lineup. And they got a really banged up offensive line.
And it's amazing. I look at our YouTube chat and shout out to our YouTube family.
Good morning.
Every morning being a part of the show. A lot of I wanted O-line, but I trust Howie, and Howie deserves that trust.
Howie deserves, if anyone deserves the benefit of the doubt in this town, it's Howie.
Right. If this was 6 or 7 years ago, it's a totally different conversation.
The thing is, though, is I think you can agree that you can give Howie the props on. I give Howie the benefit of the doubt that he identifies Lemon and says he is well worth it at 20, to buy him at 20.
Right, to trade up for him.
But you can also say, I also don't like the idea. I'm a planner. I'm a rainy day planner. I am a guy who does not believe in, yeah, we'll fix that when it comes. I'm a guy, you plan for the rainy day. This team has not planned for the rainy day with the offensive line, and that has been their bread and butter, and it concerns me. And the offensive line guru is gone. We have no idea.
Well,
They have no idea what this offensive line coach is going to
That's another interesting talking point because DeCecco said maybe they don't trust Chris Cooper to be a developmental guy, and Ihanachor, as I'm getting this name over and over again for no more reason because he doesn't play here, he was more of a raw talent that
was going to have to be developed.
So maybe they don't have that faith just yet. Maybe they need to see more. Who knows?
That was a great nugget yesterday from Andrew DeCecco.
Yes, it was.
It was in my head as soon as the pick was made.
So maybe they didn't want to go with that route. And it's Howie. And again, Howie Roseman deserves that benefit of the doubt.
No question. There's no executive maybe ever in the history of the city, who deserves as much clout,
absolutely,
as much belief and clout as Howie Roseman.
All right, your thoughts on the pick. Are you worried about the lack of down-the-road planning? 610-632-0975. You can text the Davis Honda text line. You can leave a voice memo on the Davis Honda text line or the old-fashioned call-in line, Johnny. And we have somebody that does like the pick, so we'll get your reaction to day one of the NFL draft.
Well, who wouldn't like the pick?
Yeah, I mean, unless you really, really wanted an offensive lineman.
Well, the player is one thing.
Right.
You better like the pick.
Now, the one cool story about all this is how Philadelphia just owns Pittsburgh.
I love that.
So the Flyers are one win away from sweeping the Penguins. We'll tell you about the really cool event that will be in our parking lot today for like an hour and a half, but also how this pick went down yesterday in Pittsburgh, and they jumped Pittsburgh.
It's awesome.
And Lemon's phone may have had a busy signal because he may have been on the phone with Pittsburgh. Hear the crazy story next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Lemon to the Eagles. I'm Patricia Caputo, and this update is brought to you by Papa John's. Papa John's is turning up the heat with your choice of 3 new oven-toasted sandwiches. Just $7.99 each or $6.99 with a Papa John's pairing. Order at papajohns.com on the app or stop by your local Papa John's. The Eagles drafted USC wideout Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from 23rd to 20th overall in a trade with the Cowboys to get the receiver. This is Lemon discussing who he is as a wideout.
They're going to get somebody that come in and going to want to compete, at a high level. A dog, somebody that's just going to do anything that the organization, needs me to do at a high level. Just playing for one of my teammates day in and day out.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeated the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs sweep the 4-game series, and the Phillies lose their 9th straight. The Phils look to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. in Atlanta. The Sixers will take on the Celtics tonight in Game 3 of the first round. The series is tied at 1 apiece. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. right here on the Fanatic. And the Flyers have off tonight as they prepare for their Game 4 against the Penguins. They have the opportunity to sweep the Penguins in that game. Puck drops at 8 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to the game live right here on the Fanatic. This update is also brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union.
Facebook.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
This hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the
All
pride.
right, it is 6:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. You heard the voice of Patricia Caputo.
Hello.
Doing updates today. Connor Thomas, what vacation is this for Connor?
He's down in Fort Lauderdale this weekend.
Golfing, right? Is this the golf
yes,
trip?
this is the golf trip with the boys.
Yeah, I can't keep up with Connor.
Pat
and
capped
you.
in with us early, though.
Yeah, so Patricia Caputo, good morning. How was it getting up earlier than us, apparently?
Oh, yeah, 2:45. Come on.
2:45?
That was my wake-up call. I had to leave by 3.
How far do you commute?
Yeah, she's got a long commute.
It's like an hour 40.
Holy moly, man.
So.
Yeah, dude.
I'm telling you, that makes the drive from Landview seem really easy.
2:45. God bless you.
Makes it really
It was nice,
easy.
though. No cars on the road, no
Well,
traffic.
no, it's great, but it's great at 4 o'clock in the morning and not
Yeah, that
2:45. That's
Oh,
insane.
We're glad you're here.
Yes, thank you
And,
for being in
welcome
today. All right, so today we have a really cool event. Flyers Penguins Game 4. Flyers look to sweep the Penguins tomorrow. John Kincade will be in the building.
I can just to be there and just to be there as a fan and with a potty mouth is very excited for the
Damn right
event.
she is, man.
She is.
Unleash the beast,
She
dude.
is so fired.
Let her go,
she
man.
is so fired up for tomorrow.
That's gonna be great. Well,
She's counting the hours.
Today, we have a really cool event,
Yes.
pep rally from 11 to 12:30. So yesterday, the Sixers pep rally was here, the pop-up pep rally where they bounced around different parts of the city. They were here for like 30 minutes yesterday, and the videos that I saw from Ray Dunn and Brendan Petrilli, a lot of people showed up for a 30-minute pop-up pep rally. Like, I thought that was really,
And
really
it looked
cool.
like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it did. Today, we got 90 minutes. From 11 to 12:30, Flyers playoff pep rally here in our parking lot, One Ballot Plaza, Ballot Kinwood. They're going to be at the West parking lot. You can win a pair of tickets for Saturday's game. There's going to be a merchandise truck. You can shoot on net. Gritty will be here. Flyers giveaways, yard games. Todd Fedoruk, who was dropping, elephant tranquilizer the other day on the broadcast.
Shot with an elephant gun.
It was awesome. So it's going to be a great party leading up to Game 4 before the Flyers sweep the Penguins and continue to pee all over Pittsburgh. And that's just what continued last night, Johnny.
I
So
love it.
Last night,
This is This is a part of the fantastic story.
round 1 of the NFL draft, and the draft is in Pittsburgh this year.
This is even better.
And the Eagles are 23rd, right? They're drafting 23rd. They make the jump to 20 to select Mai Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC. And we're getting your reaction to that. We'll check the text line, the Davis Honda text line here in a moment. But when they made the trade up, John and I had the same reaction. Oh, okay, so some team really valued Ihanachor. They made the jump up there to select him. And then you hear Mai Lemon. You're like, what? That
I was floored.
was not ready for that one
No, I was not.
at all. Neither were the Steelers.
That's the best part.
The Pittsburgh Steelers were selecting 21st overall because they had to make the playoffs. Remember, they
Yes.
had to go all in with Aaron Rodgers. They had to keep the Tomlin streak going of winning games. This
So
is why
important.
the Pittsburgh Steelers will continue to be mediocre because they just have not realized we need to suck for a year or two and stop doing this Pittsburgh way of doing things, and maybe we'd be really good again. So at 21, they wanted Lemon. So much so, take a listen to this story from Ian Rappaport.
Rich, let me set the scene for you. The Dallas Cowboys were on the clock at 20 with everyone knowing they were going defense. Pittsburgh Steelers get on the phone with Mai Lemon, planning to select him next to 21. Except what they didn't know is the Eagles had actually traded up over them, were trying to get in touch with Lemon, but he wasn't answering because he was already on the phone with the Steelers. In the end, the Eagles do the trade. They get Mai Lemon, and the Steelers grab a tackle right after.
Gosh, it's perfect.
That's unbelievable. And Lemon confirmed it, during his press conference. He was on the phone with Pittsburgh, and the Eagles jumped Pittsburgh to select him.
And he gets to go to the better franchise in the state.
Yeah.
So he's a lucky man there. I'm so happy for the young man getting the opportunity to do it. It's awesome.
Yeah, it was really,
an
really
awesome
cool.
thing.
That's a cool story. And look, it's reminiscent of when the Eagles jumped the Giants to get Devontae Smith.
And the Giants were absolutely. Now they weren't on the phone with Devontae
But they were.
Smith,
That was their selection. They were going to get Devontae
They thought
Smith.
Devontae Smith.
And the Eagles made the jump. They draft Devontae Smith. So the Eagles, when it comes to trading up for wide receivers, have made a lot of unhappy teams over the last couple of years. Let's just hope that Lemon has the same impact as Devontae Smith. And again, it's not the player. It's just, are you surprised or upset that they didn't draft a different position? And that one position is the position we've been talking about for 3 months.
Nobody. I'm going to be floored if anybody has anything negative to say about drafting a guy at 20 who is, by the way, position of need. Because I believe we all think they needed another wide receiver.
Yeah, I love Shefty, but when he keeps on doing the whole, they did
have a bunch of guys.
They did get Dontavian Wicks and Elijah Moore.
Well, now
great.
You tell me that I've got those three now when Wicks is one of the three with Devontae Smith, and you're talking about Lemon. I'm in. That's great. Lemon is a hell of a talent.
Yeah.
If anybody is saying to you that he was a bad pick at 20, that's just stupid because he was a value pick at 20.
Yeah.
The fact that he slid to 20, I didn't think he'd get past like 16. So that's a great pick. But it's where you can love the player and maybe not like the strategy long term. I'm really worried about the line of scrimmage for the Eagles long term.
Well,
I am
coming up at 8:30.
All over it.
Our man Andrew DeCecco will join us. His thoughts on the selection of Lemon, but also, are there any tackles in round 2? I asked him that question yesterday when I was hanging out with Bill on Unfiltered, and he did have some names that he was able to give to us for the second round, not day 2, like late third. He was talking about second round potential offensive tackles. So we know that DeCecco's the best at that. He'll have the long list, even though they're not written down. It's all off the top of his head, which is crazy. DeCecco will be able to tell us about some tackles that the Eagles could go after today. Because you're right. Wide receiver was a position of need still. We just thought it would be reversed, that the wide receiver would be in the second round or the third round with the tight end in the second round, and the offensive tackle that they do need.
And you could have everybody was ringing the phones, as you can see. It was one of the most active trade draft first rounds ever.
Yeah.
And people were looking to constantly trade up. So the Eagles could easily have traded back from 23.
They could have.
There were teams calling from all the picks you saw. It's the first time ever, I believe, that the last 5 picks of the first round were ever traded.
Sounds about right.
All 5 picks were
I
traded.
heard that on the overnight.
Like it was one of the most active trades. So Howie could have made trades back and gotten more. And if you look at what those teams got to move back, could have gotten themselves some more draft capital, which means you fill more holes. Look, I love the player. I don't like the player. I love the player. I'm going to enjoy watching him catch footballs. I have 2 worries. One, where he likes to catch the football is not where this quarterback likes to throw it. And 2, the idea that the offensive line has 3 guys that have been severely banged up, and I wonder what you're going to do to be able to replace these guys.
Speaking of the quarterback, we have a text on the Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. Patricia, who do we have on the text line about Jalen Hurts?
Yes, no name, but says it's from Pennsylvania. Says they drafted a receiver to make sure Jalen had no excuse when he plays badly.
Well, okay, the plays badly is a come on, that you're adding that one on your own because you don't like Jalen Hurts. But going back to something I said last segment, look, there's a reason why Jalen Hurts hasn't gotten that contract extension yet, right? Derek Gunn put it bluntly. Tim McManus.
That's sort of a show-me season.
Mm-hmm. Tim McManus then wrote the big article literally later that week that we had D. Gunn on. Maybe they are going to see how does Jalen Hurts handle, first off, this offense, right? It's a totally different offense. The Sean Mannion, McVay, Shanahan style is not what the Eagles have been doing the last couple of years, which was hand the ball off, don't throw the ball more than 20 times, be careful with the football. It's worked. They won a freaking Super Bowl. They've been to 2. Like that strategy has worked.
I'm not in this camp. I'm not in that camp, but I get, you understand where
I'm totally fine with what the Eagles are doing. I'm totally fine with it. I don't need to lock him up. I know that he has been very successful.
I'm not in it.
I know you're not.
I want Jalen locked up. That's just me. I'm a believer in Jalen Hurts, and I think that I do not want to go into the quarterback claw machine again. So what are we going to do?
If he plays really well this season, you pay him.
But if he does, you're paying him significantly more than you could pay him this year.
You don't think he'd get paid?
You're going to pay him
top market
significantly
regardless.
They're going to pay him significantly more if you pay him another year out. Another year out, you're paying him a lot more, where you're going to have to be paying a bunch of other people too on that defensive side of the ball. And to me, again, I don't like the quarterback claw machine.
Sure.
Like, Baker Mayfield's the guy.
Good news is
Now that the Rams have drafted Ty Simpson,
Right.
Baker Mayfield's the guy. So if Jalen Hurts doesn't work out, Baker Mayfield's the top name on the quarterback free agent list. Is that the guy you're going, okay, well then Baker Mayfield's the guy. Next offseason, you sign him as a free agent.
Good news is if you pay him top dollar, that means he played really well.
It does, but you spent a lot more than you had to.
Sure.
I believe in Jalen Hurts. So I'm on an island. I guess I believe I've seen enough to know he's better than 2/3 of the quarterbacks in the NFL. And I do believe that.
All right. Well, that's going to be an interesting storyline to follow along all season long. Now, coming up next, we do have a game tonight. Flyers off till Saturday. Phillies play today, but we're not really. No. Yeah, they do play today.
Yeah, they do.
They might win, but that's not who we're talking about. Coming up next, the Sixers, Game 3 tonight at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And we have a pretty big update on Joel Embiid. Some of you might say it doesn't mean much, but trust me, it does. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Porter Martone. Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It's 6:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5. The Fanatic reacting to night one of the NFL draft. Mai Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC, comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles trade up to get him. So they trade up to select a wide receiver. Everybody expected that. Everybody. Every single mock draft person that was out there. And now you know why I hate mock drafts. Yeah, you know, in mock draft 7.6 that I did not put out there. It's in my drafts. I had the Eagles trading up to select Mai Lemon. That's why I hate mock drafts, man. They freaking bother me.
Skip Bayless loved the Mai Lemon pick.
Oh, dear. Well, then it sucks.
He said it's the steal of the draft at 20. He's going to haunt the Eagles, Cowboys for years to come.
Damn it. Now I don't like the pick.
Yeah, exactly. You and him are big fans.
Yeah. Now, speaking of Skip Bayless, because remember how he said that Joel Embiid could have played in the play-in tournament? And that's somehow just like people were okay with him saying that.
Right.
Joel Embiid listed as doubtful for tonight's game. Now, I know that somebody's going, doubtful. What does that have to do with anything? The fact that he is listed other than out is a good sign for an eventual Embiid appearance. We had Tony Jones on earlier this week, Monday morning, after the Sixers, or not Monday morning, that was the bad one. After the Sixers won Game 2, we had Tony Jones on the next morning, covers the Sixers for The Athletic, and he mentioned Embiid. And
Wednesday morning.
I was like, all right, is there a chance that he comes back? And the national media keeps on pushing this Game 3 thing, and Tony Jones straight up said, look, I wouldn't expect him Game 3. But don't count out Game 4. And you and I looked at each other like, wait, really? There is a chance that
we both looked across the table like, are you kidding me?
He's playing. There's a chance he's playing Game 4. That's still slightly over 2 weeks since he had his surgery. Well, he was at practice yesterday. I saw all the reporters put it out there. Embiid, this was from our buddy Bob Cooney of Owen Patterson. Now Embiid partly participated in practice and continues individual and on-court workouts. So he was out there yesterday. He's now listed as doubtful for tonight. I would be stunned if he played today. I'd be stunned if he played in the series at all.
Absolutely.
But the fact that he's listed as doubtful means there's a chance.
I would tell you that it would be the most shocking comeback ever to me if he came back tonight. Because it's just not right.
It's been 2 weeks.
It's not right that in 2 weeks he would be able to do that. That would be incredible to me if he was able to do that.
But as we know, and something that you and I talked about, we do something on our YouTube feed every once in a while, post-show headlines. We talked about the Embiid news that he could come back. And, you know, for people that call him soft, you want to call him mopey?
You want to call him mopey? You want to call him a guy who has not been dedicated to his conditioning many times in his career?
Go for it.
Yes, I'll buy it.
But soft?
Don't tell me soft.
Dude, this guy has come back early from the strangest things and has played well. You know, again, I still think of the first orbital bone fracture. I can't believe there's been two. The first one, he comes back. They even the series in Miami. And if it wasn't for Dwayne Dedman smacking him in the face going after a rebound, and then Embiid was hesitant to go in the post the rest of that series, which I don't blame him. I mean, he had his fractured bone smacked.
I wouldn't have the balls to do it.
No, not at all.
So I mean, to be in that kind of traffic, with the force, and you know, guys are gonna, there's going,
especially when there was 2-0 and he makes it 2-2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Embiid's not soft, and if Embiid comes back, even if it's not tonight, but he comes back for Game 4. That guy deserves a ton of freaking credit, and then it just makes things interesting, right? Now, look.
That's what we're hoping for.
Who is he when he comes back, right? Is he wincing constantly?
I know that Sean was talking the other day on Middays with Marks, and they were talking about the idea of, well, when he comes back, sometimes it's a really like a slow burn. It takes I guess I don't remember that with Embiid. I remember him coming back many times and sort of having a really good, strong effort?
Yeah, sometimes it's just he looks gassed.
Okay, I'm fine because, look, if he could give you 18 minutes, 20 minutes in Game 4, I'll take it.
Yeah, you're just happy.
Anything I could get from him out of this series, I'm happy.
Because that limits the bonus minutes because he's a mess.
That's it.
And right now, you're splitting basically 50-50 Dembona and Andre Drummond because I don't know how much, gas in the tank Andre Drummond has. He's clearly the better option over a Dembona. Bona's been a mess so far this series, even in the win. So if you can limit those minutes,
that's it.
And Embiid goes out there and just tries to ball out for 20 minutes,
I'm
you'll
fine
take
with
it.
that. And more importantly, too, is I'm glad you say that because when you and I find topics of Joel Embiid that we can agree on and be on the same team, I admire that.
Yeah.
Because we don't tend to be on the same team a lot with him, but on this we are.
Damn right, man.
Joel, you come back and play in one of these two games, I can't believe it.
It would be an incredible story.
It'd be incredible.
So Sixers game tonight, game 3 tonight. You can listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Sixers dogs in the game. You have a guess on the line?
4.5.
Close. Patricia, you want to take a guess on the line? It was 14 in game 2 after they got crushed by 32 in game 1.
Okay, I'll go 5.5.
She's playing the smart game there.
She goes,
6.5.
There you go, Price is right on me.
The Celtics are 6.5-point favorites in game 3. That's a lot different than 14.
Don't Price is right me.
I don't know if that means anything about the Embiid news. I think that's more so the Sixers showed that they can compete in this series. So
They did.
game 3 tonight after 7 o'clock. Listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's check the poll of the day. Poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. We are reacting to the Eagles' first-round selection of Mai Lemon. Patricia, I'm sorry, is the poll strong this morning?
It is.
All right, thank you. Courtesy of Dr. Avidan Appel. What do we got?
All right, are you worried that the Eagles did not address offensive line in the first round? Ooh, it just switched. We have yes at 46%, and we have no at 54%.
All right. And look, again, I think a lot of this is you like the player they picked. It's just they need to address replacing a legend. You're not replacing Tyler Steen or Mekhi Becton or your rotation of right guards that you had the last couple of years. You're replacing Lane Johnson. And I wouldn't mind if that replacement had a year or two to watch and learn.
Yeah, you understand where I'm at.
Yeah.
I love this player. Love this player that they got. Mai Lemon, I'm all in. But I'm very worried about that offensive line. I think it could be bad. I think it could be bad.
I don't think it's going to be bad.
With the injuries they faced, I don't know what they've got. There are 3 of the positions on the line. I don't know how healthy they're going to be this year.
All right, well, let's talk more about it because you're talking about 3 positions.
Right.
You wouldn't have been able to solve all 3 with one pick.
No, but I could have solved one of them.
But what's next for the Eagles, not just in the draft, but beyond? I mentioned another way you could potentially get that next tackle, and the Eagles have done it before. We'll get into that. Also, the NFC East was busy yesterday. It wasn't just the Eagles making moves. And there's some scary teams out of nowhere in the division. We'll talk about them next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Lemon to the Eagles. I'm Patricia Caputo with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles drafted USC wide receiver Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from the 23rd to the 20th overall pick in a trade with the Cowboys to get the receiver. Lemon discussed how the trade went down.
First, I answered the phone, and it was the Steelers, and then, my phone kept ringing. I looked, it's the Eagles. They traded up, and then, they were going to pick me, so they traded up. So, it means a lot that they really want me. So, I'm all in.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeated the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs get the sweep in the series, in the 4-game series, and the Phillies lose their 9th straight. Phils look to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. in Atlanta tonight. The Sixers will take on the Celtics tonight in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 apiece, and Joel is doubtful for the game. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. right here on The Fanatic. The Flyers have off tonight as they prepare for Game 4 against the Penguins. Flyers are up 3-0 and have a chance to sweep the Penguins with a win Saturday. Puck drops at 8 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to the game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Union will take on Columbus at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to that game on our sister station, WWDB. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Coming up at 10, Middays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, 7 a.m. here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Friday morning. What's been a very, very fun week, and it's not over. I mean, it's over for us at 10 o'clock, but it continues all day today. Middays with Marks, unfiltered, leading up to another Philly series. I know you're so excited for that. Day 2 of the NFL draft. Sixers Celtics game 3 tonight. We have Flyers Penguins game 4 tomorrow. Still so much to come for Philadelphia sports. Day 3 of the draft tomorrow. This is a great time right now, Johnny.
And Pat Cap is excited because she's got a monster truck tomorrow night.
Oh, is that right?
So
You're
Patricia
fired up?
Can't wait.
Caputo is going to the monster truck tomorrow night.
That's exciting.
How'd you know, John?
You look like a trucker.
I would.
You got trucker written all over you.
Oh, just because she went to LSU. Now,
Yeah, a little bit.
she's
Trucker
a
hat.
Trucker.
Maybe a trucker hats.
I would love to take Coop to that, but the loud noises, man.
It's an open air stadium. It would be all right.
You can give him some headphones?
Yeah, I could.
Just
do
give
the
him no.
headphones thing.
Don't do the headphones. Do the earplugs. Where you just do the little earplugs, like the swimming earplugs, would be fine.
Oh, they have
They're
those
limited.
for 4-year-olds?
Yeah, no, it's foam. You just get them at CBS. You put them in and do that.
The headphones might be safer
Headphones
for
probably
kids, though.
probably safer. Or me just not going altogether. How about that?
How about this?
That
You're not
too.
missing the Flyers game to go to the monster truck.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I want video evidence of the people that are wandering into the monster truck. Like to see when the Flyers are playing to clinch.
It might not be Flyers fans.
I want to know who it is. I
They
want to
might
know
be
who
monster truck
I want to
fans.
know who's living amongst us.
Well, there's all
That's what I
kinds-
want to know.
all
I just
kinds
want to
of
know
people, man.
who they are.
Hey, man, I know those Peachtree Farms down South Jersey.
I want to know who those people are. I want to know who it is. You want to know who your neighbors are.
All right, so what's next for the Eagles? The Eagles did not draft an offensive tackle yesterday. They make the trade up to pick number 20 with the Dallas Cowboys, and they select Mai Lemon, wide receiver out of USC. Everybody, by the way, that covers the draft loves the pick, right?
Well, he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, exactly. And
That
that's
guy's an amazing player.
That's the hardest thing. Like I was so ready for the Eagles to trade up for Caden Proctor. He ends up going 12, so the Eagles were never going to trade up that high. And so I'm saying, all right, who's that next tackle? And then the run on offensive tackles happens a little bit earlier. Proctor goes 12, but then you have the Blake Miller selection by the Lions at 17. Freeling out of Georgia goes 19. And so you're thinking, all right, the Eagles are trading up to get Ihanachor.
That's what I was
They
thinking.
don't select him. He goes 20 with the very next pick, 21 to the Steelers because the Steelers were caught with their pants down because they literally were on the phone with Mai Lemon trying to select him, but the Eagles end up jumping him, making the pick. So what's next now? And coming up at 8:30, we'll speak to our man Andrew DeCecco, who'll be able to tell us about some offensive tackles that are on the board in round 2. But when you start talking about round 2, you're not thinking about Lane Johnson's replacement.
Well, look, Lane Johnson was the 4th pick overall. And it does not mean that the Eagles can't find a great replacement.
Jordan
in the
Mailata was a
second round.
7th-round pick, right?
That it does not mean it, so I'm not going to write it off there. The part that I find comical is the people that say the 4th-round picks that they gave away, 4th-round picks, who cares? 4th-round picks don't matter. That's so ridiculous. That is such a weak take. 4th-round picks matter in the NFL in a big way. And by the way, do you realize they are one of the number 1 trade currencies? 4th-round picks are one of the number 1 trade currencies for moving up.
They use that.
On the second night of the draft, 4th-round picks are one of the number 1 things you move around with.
Well, they use that for the first night of the draft.
Yeah. Well, you're already. Are you trading to get? Are you trading with the Minnesota Vikings to give yourself a linebacker? I mean, an edge rusher.
Maybe.
That's what we heard. So obviously, you're losing the 3rd-day pick already.
Yeah, but you're getting a 1st-round pick on June 1st.
And now you've already lost for what? 2028. Doesn't help you for this draft.
Sure.
So you've already lost. If we believe the Minnesota Vikings stuff, we've already lost 1 3rd-day pick, and we've already lost 2 others. I don't like it. I just am. I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan of that.
You're a
part
little
of it.
down today.
Yeah, I mean, I love the player. Love the player. Don't like this draft plan.
Okay.
But I love
I was
the
just
player.
shocked. I don't feel the same way you do. I
Love the
was
player,
shocked
though.
by it.
The player is an incredible player. If you spend 5 minutes with this young man on YouTube, you will be very excited for what he can bring to the Eagles.
There you go.
Except the throwing over the middle stuff, which
Well, again, the Jalen Hurts conversation. Buckle up. If you got
Buckle
tired,
up.
if you got tired of the A.J. Brown trade talk, just be ready for the Jalen Hurts contract talk because that's going to happen.
3/4 of his targets across the middle. Something Jalen Hurts doesn't like to do.
They don't want to call it a prove it year, but it kind of sounds like a prove it year.
That's crazy.
So I'm going to give you one name, offensive tackle, not because I know anything about it. It's just because I look at this man and he screams offensive tackle in the NFL. His name is Jennings Dunker.
Jennings Dunker.
Offensive tackle out of Iowa. The dude's got a mullet and a mustache.
Okay, well, then he could really fit in this room.
And he's from Iowa. So it just...
So you think Iowa immediately, you start thinking...
I think of safeties first out of Iowa. But then a guy named Jennings Dunker from Iowa that looks like country corn-fed tough.
Corn-fed.
He's got a mullet. He's got a mustache. He's 6'5", 319 pounds, Johnny.
Would he... Wait a minute. Would he look like he'd be rolling into the monster truck tomorrow night?
Yes, yeah. He might actually want to get drafted.
Well, then there it is. There it is. He'd be going to the monster
That's
truck.
part of his compensation. It's, hey, we select you today. We also give you a pair of tickets.
No, we're going to fly you up so you can meet with the Philly media tomorrow and attend the monster truck.
Now, here, I'll read his scouting write-up because I love this stuff, right? It's like when I hear Andrew DeCecco talk and he just says these things.
These buzzwords.
All right, Dunker is an outstanding zone blocker. He can reach and drive out edge defenders, and he scoops backside defensive tackles. Dunker takes sound angles and stays on track when working to the second level. In pass protection, he sinks his hips and anchors well and works his hands inside, locking onto the defender's frame. He lined up a tackle for most of his career, once started guard in 2022, but he might be best suited to move inside the guard in the NFL. I don't like that. Never mind, I'm out.
Yeah, you don't like that.
I need him to be a tackle.
Yeah, you're going to need him to be a tackle.
I fell in love with the guy before I read his entire scouting profile.
But here's the problem. You traded back in this draft. You pushed back needs in this draft. Now you got away from guys that are exclusively tackles.
Sure.
So you put off Lane Johnson's replacement for another year.
Unless I brought up earlier, there is the way of either signing free agency or trading for a tackle, which the Eagles have done with two of the some of the most celebrated tackles in Eagles franchise history, John Runyon and Jason Peters.
It is. Days long gone by. But I got you. It can happen.
Well, long gone by because John Runyon then played 10 years and Jason Peters played
I got you. But
the
whole idea is that you're going to get it. You're about to become a very expensive defense.
Sure.
So you need to be cheap on offense. You don't want a left tackle, a right tackle, a center. Landon Dickerson was one of the highest paid guys at his position. It's a lot of money. You go trade for somebody. You're trading for a guy who's established. You're trading for a guy who's going to be making a lot of money. Sure. I don't like that.
All right. If I tell you you have your left tackle in Jordan Mailata.
Okay.
You draft the replacement at guard.
Okay.
You draft the replacement at center, and you make the trade for the right tackle. Would you do it? That might be what they.
That might be. I'll think about it. Look. I'm good with Howie.
I'm just trying to help you out here today, Johnny. I'm worried about you.
With Howie Roseman, I am absolutely going to be open-minded because Howie Roseman deserves me being open-minded.
Yeah,
because he has earned that with everything that he's done. He deserves the open-minded approach.
Okay.
So there it is.
All right. 610-632-0975. Patricia, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington. And then we'll talk about the rest of the NFC East because the Eagles weren't the only busy team yesterday moving and shaking. The Cowboys made a couple trades, and the Giants had a couple of picks. The Commanders got a really talented player. Scary day yesterday in the NFC East. What do we got on the text line, Patricia?
All right, Michael from Fort Worth, taking the positive route. I have no concerns about the Lemon pick. He will be great and will replace AJ and top it off. It's Howie season, baby. Howie has a plan, and we'll make sure we get our backup to Lane with the next pick.
All right. Well, you don't need the backup because you have Fred Johnson. It's the eventual replacement.
You need a new Lane. You need the new Lane. That's what you need. And look, it's a right tackle is not something that you go, okay, we're going on the cheap. It's something you gotta spend, and you got to spend premium cash on, premium position on. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, look, again, if anybody deserves the benefit of the doubt, it's Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
So
I really like the idea of Proctor. When he goes at 12, you weren't going to trade up that high.
no, you weren't. And there was no way that and I was out on Proctor because I didn't like
Right.
the minute that I heard how much does he love football and the weight issues, I'm out. You got nothing to do. You got tens of millions of dollars sitting in your lap, and they're worried about you whether you're going to be dedicated to how much do you love the game and are you losing weight? Nah, I'm out.
Right.
I'm done. I can't trust you. I can't trust you to have common sense, so I don't want you.
The Dominican Austin Wells checks in. The Lane Johnson's replacement was not in round 1 in this draft. Please do some homework. I promise it's easy. He says next year is the better year for the offensive line.
Really, this is one of the deepest offensive line drafts in the NFL that they've had for years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, look, Lane Johnson maybe plays 2 more years, and you draft the offensive tackle next year. And we're playing this song and dance every
He's
year
going to play
with
2
Lane
more
Johnson.
years now.
Maybe.
Look, he might. But how many games is he playing, and how healthy is he?
Well, you have Fred
He's
Johnson.
hobbling around.
You have Fred Johnson
But
to
it's
be
a distinct.
yeah.
It's a
Well, all right. So you have Fred Johnson, or you have the rookie that's getting thrown in there.
It is a distinct down. It's a distinct down. To me, is offensive line in the first 3 drafts. If I can find the quote here from NFL Network, best offensive line draft since the late teens for offensive linemen in the first 2 rounds.
First 2 rounds.
So there it is.
That means my man Dunker, Mullet Mania, man, Jennings
Mullet
Dunker.
Mania.
You got to draft him at this point.
Yeah, you're looking for it.
All right. By the way, Eagles not the only active team in the draft yesterday. It was a really busy day. A ton of trades throughout that entire draft yesterday. But let's focus on some of the teams in the NFC East because they got pretty dangerous. The New York Giants had 2 picks within the top 10. They drafted the offensive tackle out of Miami with the 10th overall pick, and Arvell Reese, who's a freak.
I like that pick.
He's a freak. He's an edge rusher out of Ohio State. They get him with the 5th overall pick. Remember, they traded Lawrence to get that 10th overall pick.
Right.
They're kind of reshaping the defensive line a little bit, their defensive front. Their defensive front the last couple of years has been, on paper, very good. They had some good moments, and then they just had some really bad moments. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeau is a guy that I really think is talented. It was a weird time with him in New York. He might get traded. I know the GM keeps on saying that's not happening, but then you draft a guy.
You get the feeling that it's happening.
First off, he's like Nick Castellanos. His name's been mentioned in trade talks for like the last 2 years.
So you wonder what's going on.
And then you draft a guy 5th overall that plays that position. Remember, just last year they got Abdul Carter, and I know he didn't have a great rookie season, but the Giants are building something with that defensive front.
And Abdul Carter, remember, they had the problems as far as his dedication, his work ethic.
He was late to some
everything
meetings
like
and all
that
kind
they're
of
worried
stuff.
about. Yeah.
But they had a nice day 1. Commanders just make the 1 pick, but they get Styles. And you were thrilled when the Giants didn't select Styles.
I was so excited that the Giants passed on Styles. And then I'm thinking, there's no – well, first off, I thought Tennessee was going to take him. Mm-hmm. They didn't take him. Then the Giants pass on Styles. And I'm saying, thank God he's missing the NFC East. No, he's not.
No, he goes to the Commanders.
I'm telling you right now, I love Styles.
Yeah.
Love him. Love him. I don't like that. I don't like that for the Eagles at all.
Yeah, you wish he wasn't in the division.
He is going to be a menace.
Well,
that is a great pick. Great pick. And that bothers me big time.
And by the way, you also got some beasts out there, right? I mean, you have Frankie Louvu that's on that team, and Styles that's on that team.
I'm telling you right now.
They got some beasts on that
style,
team.
and I'll look. We'll ask Andrew Pacheco about it. I really hate that he ended up a member of the Commanders.
Yep. And then the Cowboys, they were really, really busy yesterday. So they make the trade. They get Caleb Downs. They climb up. They get Caleb Downs, the safety out of Ohio State. A lot of people were talking about the Cowboys were destined to get him because we all knew that defense was going to be their plan. And I know that Jerry Jones had the press conference the other day where he mentioned offense was still in play for them, but they have such a great offense already, right?
Yes.
They already have. They didn't need more to it.
They do.
Their defense sucked last year. I know the numbers changed after the trade deadline when they made the trade to bolster their defensive front. They then get Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher out of Central Florida that a lot of people like.
Yeah, except Nick Saban. Nick Saban got caught on open mic saying, wow, that's a reach. And then he didn't back down.
No, he didn't.
He didn't back down saying it on a microphone that he thought, wait, that's an overdraft. I don't know enough about the player to tell you, so I'm not going to comment on it. But I am going to say Coach Saban very familiar with the talent and very familiar with everything going on down there. So to me, if Coach Saban's saying that,
sure,
and a guy who recruited him,
yeah,
looked at that area and said, yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good.
But for Dallas's, I guess if I don't want to ever speak positively about them, they traded back,
correct,
with the Eagles.
Yes.
So you're upset that the Eagles gave up the 2 4th-round picks.
Yes, I am.
The Cowboys get 2 4th-round picks, trade back 3 spots, and still bolster their defense a little bit. Look, he's not going to be Micah Parsons.
Well, remember, the Cowboys had traded 2 5th-round picks to move up earlier, and then they pick up 2 4th-round picks from the Eagles. So the Cowboys, it's a good draft night. Stephen Jones is a very good drafter. Like,
yes.
I keep hearing people going, Jerry Jones was on the phone with Howie Roseman about that trade. No. Stephen Jones is the
Jerry was there for the pomp and circumstances.
Stephen Jones is the guy who makes Stephen Jones is the reason that organization makes some good deals.
Yeah.
He's pretty smart.
So those are your picks in day one from the NFC East. One non-NFC East selection that I need to talk about because I always laugh at it,
What's
Johnny.
that? What?
You could probably guess already. Rebuilding teams selecting running backs early.
You didn't like the Cardinals pick.
I like the player a lot. Jeremiah Love's a freaking stud.
You can like the player.
The Arizona Cardinals. How many teams need to realize that when you're rebuilding and your team sucks, that a running back is not going to save the day for you?
They're saying,
hello, Saquon Barkley, New York Giants.
I will tell you that Andrew Pacheco looked at me in studio yesterday and said he may be the best player in the draft.
Yeah, sure.
Look, that's great. I don't want a running back.
Here's what's going to happen. The prediction. He's going to be really freaking good. And then year 3 of his career is when they might have a talented team.
Or is he going to get beaten up?
Well, that's the thing. Look,
is the mileage on the car going to be? Is he going to have like Saquon's time with the Giants, where he's going to face a few major injuries because the fact he's going to get the hell beaten out of him?
Maybe, dude. Ashton Genty sucked last year. I don't think he's a bad player. They have no offensive line. They had no offense. Maybe down the road, he might be good. Down the road, he's going to have to get paid. Down the road, he's going to have mileage. It hasn't worked for the Falcons with Bijan Robinson. Wow, that was a fun last couple of weeks with Kirk Cousins winning a couple of games and making it interesting. Drafting running backs when you are rebuilding early on is such a stupid mistake that teams make way too frequently, regardless of how talented the player is. It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand it. And when they made the pick, I was like, you got to be kidding me. That's one. And if I'm a Cardinals fan, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Like, I know, look, it's worked for teams. The Lions had a team built before they selected Jahmyr Gibbs.
They did.
That's different.
There was a team built there.
What do the Cardinals have? The Cardinals don't even have a quarterback. Like, they stink. Whatever. What do I care? It's the Cardinals. Who cares?
Well, they have LaFleur's brother coming in there.
Oh.
So two for one eyebrow waxes.
Yeah. That'll save everything. All right, Patricia, what do we have on the text line? 610-632-0975. Your reaction to night one of the NFL draft. Eagles selecting Mai Lemon. Are you worried at all about the down-the-road plans? Because we all thought offensive tackle was going to be the pick, and it was not. There are options. Day 2, we'll talk to Andrew DeCecco at 8:30. But we're talking about replacing a legend. So what do we got on the text line?
One texter agreeing with John on the draft pick. Love the player, but hate the pick. I think we gave up too much to move on. We should have taken or traded back. I hate that we gave the Cowboys extra picks as well.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I know
I don't like
hate
that. I
trading
love
with
the pick.
Cowboys.
I love the pick though, and that's where, much like the texter, it's a real strange place to be because I love the pick.
The kid might be a stud.
I think the kid is a stud.
And in this offense,
but
you need a slot receiver that can do everything.
I worry about the quarterback being the guy to deliver the ball in the middle of the field, because that is where, again, more than 3/4 of his targets at USC in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and that's why Jalen Hurts hasn't gotten a contract extension yet.
Yeah, but so did you pick this to say, Jalen, show us you can do it, or did you pick it because you think it's a good pick?
Maybe a bit of both, dude. They might be saying, hey, we want to go in this direction with this offense, this style of offense.
Okay.
And we need the quarterback to be able to do it.
They very well may be doing that. That is correct.
And hopefully he is.
Let's hope.
And we don't have to deal with the drama that could unfold. And if he's not, buckle up. All right, coming up next.
Buckle up.
More on Mai
up.
Lemon. One ESPN analyst, well, pretty much everybody that covered the draft loved the pick, but one guy loves this pick and talks about a game specifically that I will give you the game log, Mai Lemon's game log, and you're going to go, oh, man, that sounds nice. Also, no more waiting. A change needs to happen. I don't need to see another series to say that.
Oh, wow. Welcome aboard. There's plenty of room on the bus.
Kincade and Salciunas 97.5, the Fanatic.
Hey, Mother's Day sneaks up on you, and if you haven't thought of mom enough and you haven't gotten that great gift yet, get into Benari Jewelers. Do it this weekend in Exeter and Newtown Square. You got 2 weeks left to get ready for Mother's Day. And Benari Jewelers has got great gifts for mom. How about a bracelet that she might wear every single day? Something that she can just put as part of her normal jewelry wardrobe. How about a pendant necklace that's going to sit there right close to her heart? Or an eternity band that says thank you over and over again. Or every mom's favorite, how about a collection of gemstones that represent those who made her a mom? All designed with a modern twist. They can make her a birthstone ring or maybe a little birthstone necklace. Whatever it is, the classic diamond earrings always work too. Mom would love a gift from Benari Jewelers, and it shows that you this year didn't just run to the store, pick up some candy and chocolate. Make sure mom's taken care of with a gift from Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square, and get more information online at BenariJewelers.com.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A new member. I'm Patricia Caputo with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles drafted USC wideout Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from the 23rd to the 20th overall pick in a trade with the Cowboys to get the wide receiver. Mai Lemon discussed who he is as a wideout after the pick.
They're going to get somebody that come in and wants to compete, at a high level. A dog, somebody that's just going to do anything that the organization, needs me to do at a high level. Just playing for one of my teammates day in and day out.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeated the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs get the sweep in the 4-game series, and the Phillies lose their 9th straight. The Phils looking to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. tonight in Atlanta. The Sixers will take on the Celtics tonight in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 apiece, and Joel Embiid is listed as doubtful for tonight's game. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. live right here on the Fanatic. And the Flyers have off tonight as they prepare for Game 4 against the Penguins. Fly Guys up 3-0 and have the chance to sweep the Penguins with a win Saturday. Puck drops at 8 p.m. You can listen to the game live right here on the Fanatic. And the Union will take on Columbus at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to the game live on WWDB. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union.
97.5, The Fanatic.
7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. One team we didn't mention when we talked about the draft, because obviously we're so focused on the NFC East, and then we talked about the ridiculous idea of drafting a running back that early when the rest of your team stinks. The New York Jets had a hell of a day yesterday, dude. They get David Bailey, the edge rusher, with the 2nd overall pick. Kenyon Sadiq at 16, and then our man Omar Cooper goes 30th overall to New York.
That bummed me out. That is a great draft.
Now
that's a great draft.
They have to figure out a lot of other parts of their roster, but it's
no, that's a great draft.
It's a pretty good start for them.
Oh man, I'd feel great if I'm. That's their passing game is just going to be wild when they get a quarterback.
Well, that's the thing, yeah.
No, but I mean, when they get a quarterback that's going to be able to unleash it, it's going to be awesome.
Geno Smith will throw for 4,000 yards.
Oh, my gosh.
He'll throw 20 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
Next year, they're going to be drafting their quarterback of the future.
Yeah, exactly. And then next year's the bigger quarterback draft class. So they're basically setting up their future quarterback with talent.
Oh my gosh,
they're setting them up. Remember, they made a lot of big trades this year. Sauce Gardner they traded away, and
they're sort of
defensive tackle. Yeah, they're setting themselves up. Yeah. All right. Before we talk about our beloved Fightin' Phils, I do want to play another analyst who loved the selection of Mai Lemon. Eagles trade up to pick number 20, select the wide receiver out of USC. Here's Lou Riddick of ESPN talking about Lemon.
You just turn on that Iowa game that Mel's referencing. You'll sit there and go, this guy's the number one all day. I mean, he made some plays in that game, especially in contested catch situations and in the middle of the field, that you're sitting there and going, wait a second now. This guy's only 5'11", 194, 195, and he runs 4.53. So how is he doing this? He has got the heart of a lion, and he's going to really, really make himself a very popular player in Philadelphia just because of the way he plays the game.
So that game that he's talking about was his junior year's final year against Iowa. 10 catches, John.
Yep.
For 153 yards and a touchdown.
Which is amazing.
The week before that, Northwestern, 11 catches, 161 yards and a touchdown. He had 4 games, where he surpassed 100 yards receiving, and it was well past 5 games over 100 yards receiving last year, and it was 158, 127, 151, 161, 153. Some pretty big weeks for him.
Here's one of the USC writers, something off a USC blog that I thought you'd find interesting from the LA Times, is I got tired of writing the same thing every week. Each team was going to find a way to shut down Mai Lemon. Each week I would write in the recap, they didn't find a way to shut down Mai Lemon.
Right.
How about that? In the last 5 years, by the way, in the next-gen stats from the NFL draft, Mai Lemon is the 3rd highest-rated receiver coming out in the draft last 5 years. The only 2 higher than him for their college careers. Malik Neighbors.
Pretty good player.
From a school that Pat Cap knows, and Marvin Harrison Jr.
All right.
They are the only 2 to score out any higher than him. Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Mai Lemon are the only wide receivers to receive a grade higher than 90 in the overall evaluation.
Yeah, and before Neighbors gets hurt, the dude's a freaking beast. Now, right. Marvin Harrison Jr., I think he had a bit of case of the yips last year.
I think it was yips.
Dropping a lot of passes.
Yeah, he was yippy last year.
But good thing is they drafted a running back to help him out with the 3rd overall pick in Arizona. But no, I mean, you look at some of these game logs, there's some weeks where the numbers absolutely pop off on the screen for Mai Lemon. All right, before we get back to the text line, Johnny, the Phillies lose again yesterday. I want to tell you a story about what Philadelphia fans are thinking about this team right now, and I hope this message gets to the people upstairs of the Phillies organization, because remember, Dave Dombrowski thinks they have a good club, and then earlier this week he talks about how they don't have a 4-hole hitter. We've been talking about this. What do you mean we?
I wish David watched this show on YouTube and listened to it on the Fanatic. We have the Fanatic app when he's not in town.
We've been so busy with Flyers and Sixers talk in the lead up to the draft that we didn't really get to react to that.
Winter? What about all freaking winter? I was saying this.
Dave, you just realized you don't have a cleanup hitter? Like, you just realized. Dude, we've been talking about this for years. Anyways.
It's hard to listen when your head's in the sand.
Yeah.
Very hard. The sound quality's not as good.
Anyways, Phillies lose yesterday, and at the Jug Handle Inn, John.
By the way,
packed,
I sent a nasty text to Dansby Swanson on behalf of all of us.
Yeah, you want it.
Jerk.
Yesterday at the Jug Handle Inn, fans were chanting, and I'm not lying. I'm not making up a story here. 9 straight losses.
No, they weren't.
Before the game was over. Like, they wanted it.
Why?
Because they want change.
Well, no. Do they?
That's what I was talking to everybody about, yeah.
I wish they would.
Everybody at the bar wanted change.
Wish they'd be more vocal.
Well, they were vocal at the bar. Look, Bill was on the air. He was getting through the mic, maybe.
I got to tell you all I've heard is, John, it's too early. John, it's April. John, it's too early. Oh, my gosh.
Well, that's really just Connor at this point.
No, I've heard it from a lot of people. I mean, honestly, you talk about algorithms? I've heard that all over my algorithm.
Connor thinks the Zach Wheeler edition, the return of Zach Wheeler will be.
Is he batting cleanup? Can I check? Is he batting cleanup?
And are we sure he's throwing 98 anymore?
I don't even think he's throwing 94.
So we'll see how that looks.
I mean, this is so bad, and the complacency, and I'm going to say it too, the complacency of so many in this fan base has disgusted.
But the problem is, it started up top when John Middleton. I was speaking of disgusted. When John Middleton swaying the glass of wine all over the place.
He was swaying all right.
Talking about Harry Callis, just a guy.
That guy.
And Ghost Energy
We
Deck.
have a statue of that guy.
He brings up the talking points that Dave Dombrowski said in November. We were one pitch away. We're one this away. We're one that. I'm like, dude, you're about to start the season. You are telling me that you think you're that close. Like, you really feel that way after that offseason. So here's the deal. This is why, like, I'm not a yell and scream fire Rob Thompson guy, because I think the problems are up top, but you can't fire Dave Dombrowski, right?
Okay, we know you can't fire Dave Dombrowski. Okay? We know you can't do that. Only Middleton can do that. So why are you not a fired Rob Thompson?
No, I'm just saying you have to make a move.
But you just said you're not a fire Rob Thompson guy. What more do you need to say?
No, if they fire him today, I'm fine with it. What I'm saying is that's not why I have not been screaming it like you have been for the last couple of weeks.
The team is asleep.
But you have to do something. You have to either Thompson, it's Kevin Long, send down a big name like an Alec Boehm or phantom injury, but you tell the team exactly what's going on. There has to be something, and I know it's not going to be till Monday. I know that, and I heard Topper after the game yesterday. We showed a lot of good fight today.
There you go, good fight.
Yeah, great fight. You guys lost again. Bottom line is you've lost 9 straight games
so
now.
Bad.
And you're about to have another series with the Braves. Just last week, we talked about the importance of that series from a psyche standpoint. They get swept by the Braves, and that hasn't stopped. It continues to go. They've lost 9 freaking straight games, and you're about to start another 3-game series with the Braves. I think they should do something now, but if they're going to wait until after the series, fine, so be it. Something has to happen Monday. If you drop 2 of 3, and that's if you don't get swept. No. If you drop 2 of 3, they have to freaking do something.
I don't like one thing you said. Why fine, so be it? It's not fine, so be it. They have the worst record in baseball.
No, because here's
the building is on fire.
They think that the off day is some better move to make. I don't know.
Like enough of the fine, so be it stuff, though. We got to get past that. No, not fine, so be it. We cannot wait. You don't want the season to go into the crapper where you're just saying, we're going to fight and claw, hope to get in the last wild card.
Hey, you don't want that.
Well, that's where you're at.
Phils are 9.5 games back of the Atlanta Braves. Oh, it's only April. I know it's only April.
I don't care about the division.
I
really
do,
don't.
Dude, at 9.5 games?
No, I don't care about the division because the 2 years they didn't win the division, they went further in the postseason. World Series Game 6, NLCS Game 7. When they won the division, they were out with they win one playoff game and they lose in the first round. I'm not worried about how they go, but I'm worried about the math of can you go? And if this goes bad for another 2 weeks, You gotta stop the bleeding at some point. Somebody make a tourniquet.
I think this is the earliest in my life I've ever checked the wild card standings. They are 6.5 games out of the final wild card spot,
Gosh,
Johnny,
it's bad.
behind the St. Louis Cardinals. It's unbelievable. 9 straight losses, and great. The offense showed life yesterday. No, one guy did. Brandon Marsh showed life, and then Adalis Garcia hit the home run late. But
So bad.
like,
It's just so bad. And the thing is that people, all the people, and I want you to remember all of them who preach to you patience about Rob Thompson and patience. They're the ones who are going to impose.
what about the people in the offseason that bought into the nonsense that they were spewing? They are a good club.
Terrible.
They are just one pitch away, one hit away.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
A lot of people left Dave Dombrowski off the hook. People forget that they re-signed Kyle Schwarber. People forget.
Which,
man.
by the way, and I'll say it again, I never would have done.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
No, well, it's going to be good. He's going to be hitting 40 home runs for a team that is out of it.
Hell yeah, man. The race,
that's gonna be great.
The race to 500.
That'll be great. You're going to be
Buy your tickets now.
That's going to keep you warm at night.
Buy your tickets now from the Ghost Energy deck.
You and 20,000 other people will be there.
Might be less than
No
20.
one's going to care.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Patricia Caputo today, who was in for Connor Thomas. But before that, Mel Kiper has his list of winners, losers, and head scratchers. Not as much of a Mel Kiper draft this year. Remember last year with the Shador Sanders?
Sure. Mel was getting a lot of press last year.
Poor Shador didn't go number 1 overall. I thought Mel Kiper was going to have an aneurysm. It's crazy. Where does he have the Eagles fall? Winners, losers, head scratchers. I'll tell you next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Let's say you're getting ready to move, or you got to organize that garage, Joe, or you want to remodel the bathroom. Well, get yourself a Bagster. The dumpster in a bag, it is the most convenient, most affordable way to help with the cleanup. Look, the Penguins, they're about to be thrown into a dumpster. So get a Bagster. It's easier. You can set one up. Get a 3 cubic yard dumpster in a bag. You can do it yourself. You pick it up at Home Depot, Lowe's, or your local home improvement store. It's just $29.99. You set it up, and then you fill it up at your convenience. You get your own Bagster. You set it up in the backyard, set it up in the front yard, set it up in the driveway, and then fill the thing. There's no time limits. It's completely on demand. Go to thebagster.com. Find the store nearest you where you can grab one, and then start that project. I'm telling you right now, you're going to feel so much better when you get rid of the junk, when you use the Bagster. It's the dumpster in a bag. Get one at Home Depot, Lowe's, or your local home improvement stores. Maybe this is the weekend Joe finally gets off his butt.
The Flyers. and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 7:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5, the Fanatic. Don't forget, it's a Friday with Fidul. Amy Fidul, she's here. She's ready to go. She'll join us in studio from 8 to 10. We do Ask Me Amy thing to close out the week. Random questions for Amy Fidul. You don't have to send them in just yet, but we will ask you to send them in ahead of time. Coming up in a few minutes, it'll be today's headlines with Patricia Caputo, who is in for Connor Thomas today. But Mel Kiper, who we know, very big on the NFL draft, he did his winners, losers, and head scratchers from night one of the NFL draft. Where do you believe the Eagles fall, John Kincade?
Winner.
Correct.
Because Mai Lemon's a winner. Like, it's a winner pick. There's no one can argue that the guy's it's a winner pick.
Yeah. He loves it. So here's what he wrote about Lemon. If you follow my pre-draft preview content and listen to me on the First Draft podcast, you know I absolutely love Lemon's game. I had him as the number 11 prospect on my board. He's a true baller who attacks the ball in the air and creates after the catch, finishing 8th in the FBS in receiving yards last year. Also, what a fit in Philadelphia, which appears to be on the verge of trading A.J. Brown to the Patriots. We knew the Eagles were probably going to target a receiver, but I didn't think Lemon would still be on the board this late. I gave the Cowboys props for the trade, so I have to mention the flip side here, but given the value of the prospect and the clear need on the not-so-distant horizon, I think it also makes sense for Philadelphia.
I love the player. Like, the player is a home run. There's so much to like about him. I gave you the his numbers. He is an elite wide receiver.
Yeah.
Elite. It's a great pickup there. It's just that I am a build along the lines of scrimmage guy. Primarily.
Well, so are the Eagles. Until
now?
Until this draft, apparently.
It's last few drafts. I mean, it's dude, they're really paper thin. How much do you think last year, the problems of last year revolved around the fact that their offensive line wasn't
a lot of it.
Okay.
A lot of it. It's like I hate.
How do you feel now?
I hate feeling for oh my God, I already forget.
Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson. Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson were incredibly hobbled all season long. Lane Johnson was hobbled for a good portion of the season. How confident are you that that's fixed? I'm not. I got to tell you right now, Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson are not fixed.
Yeah, you're hoping that they're going
patchworked. To be right.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about that.
But you wanted to draft a tackle, so you wouldn't have.
Without that,
they're left guard and center.
No, but without that, I want the offensive line to be the stalwart of what this franchise does.
Well, they could still draft
forward.
Guard and center. This is apparently a deep center class.
Well, then here's the thing: is people going, look, next year's draft overall is the highest quality draft reportedly. Now they're saying 4 to 5 years, highest quality draft if you're talking first 3 rounds. So, in that regard, if you're saying that next year's draft's the better draft, it is not considered the better draft for offensive line early on. It is, but overall talent, it's considered the better draft. Next year's just boffo. So, to me, why wouldn't you want more picks in next year's draft then? Why wouldn't you want to trade back? You maybe trade back. Maybe you do get a guy who can be the insurance policy. Landon Dickerson's retiring, folks. Whether it's in a year or whether it's 2.
Yeah.
He's retiring. Cam Jurgens might not be playing. He was incredibly hobbled. Whether he's effective is going to be flip that coin.
Yeah, we'll find out.
You can trade back. You could get one of them, and you could get a draft pick for next year. If it's the better draft, then you could go say, okay, well, next year we can address the offensive line in next year. I'm just saying.
John, when life gives you lemons,
you draft one?
You make lemonade. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Patricia Caputo.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
Wow, no fancy open for Patricia.
Oh, no, she doesn't get like the Patricia.
We're going to have to work on that.
Oh, no,
one.
that's okay. I'm happy to pretend to be Connor for a day. But before we get started, today's headline is brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers, visit lundylaw.com. That's lundylaw.com. Okay, to get started, talking about the Sixers. VJ Edgecombe, not sure if you saw it, but in Game 2 did a little wink to the camera and then was asked about that wink and said he didn't even really notice.
I was looking at my teammate, and he was just in the line of the camera, like how I'm right here. Yeah, I didn't remember doing it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't remember doing it. I just seen my teammates in the locker room. They was like, "Bro, you always aura farming." And I'm like, "Bro, what are y'all talking about?" And then they showed me the video, and then I was like, "It's just a 3." And that like the wink at the end, I was like, "Oh." But the wink was for whoever wanted it.
I love what we do. We always try to make things cooler than what they actually are. Somebody thought that VJ Edgecombe actually found the camera, knew that the camera was rolling.
Correct.
Right? He knew that of all the cameras, that one was the one that was live on him, and he knew to stare into that one and wink at it. The amount of people on social media that was like, "Oh my God, that is so cool." He had no idea. He winked at his teammate, but
it got picked up on a camera.
Was it freaking awesome? Yeah,
Yes.
of course it was. Of course it was awesome. But the people that bought into that nonsense.
He is incredibly, man. Talk about an aura.
Oh, yeah.
He's got it. Patricia, you're all into that, right? The aura
He's got
thing.
it. I knew what he meant by aura
He's got
farming.
the aura,
aura
right?
farming. Yeah, I'm young.
I don't know. Sometimes pop up your little,
I'm young.
I was behind on it, but now I got it. Last year,
got it?
I understood it. When
Wow,
my
I
friends
had
said
it before you? That's impossible.
No,
John, you're
I
cool,
understood it about 7 months ago.
Oh, okay.
I was a little late to the
Then
game
I
when
was
it
a
came
little
out,
ahead
though.
of you on it.
Okay, moving on. Hate to talk about the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel thing once again, but Roger Goodell was asked about it during the draft and is taking a hands-off approach to how he's going to handle
Unlike them.
Mike Vrabel. Yeah, pun may be intended.
As of this point, based upon what you know right now, this does not feel like a situation for the league to become
No,
involved.
this is not a personal conduct policy, as we know of today. It's a personal matter, and we'll leave it at that.
That was a terrible question by Mike Greenberg. Terrible question.
He did follow up, and Goodell essentially said the same thing. It's a personal conduct. We'll let the teams handle it. The problem is 2 teams are now involved, if it's the Titans and the Patriots.
And the Eagles on a potential tampering. That was a question. Mike Greenberg knew the answer that Roger Goodell was going to give. You can tell by the way he asked the question.
Yeah, that was planned.
He did not ask it open-ended. Mike Greenberg's usually a really good interviewer. That was a pandering interview because he asked it in a way that he knew what the commissioner was already going to say. So that was staged.
I was more shocked that they announced this last-minute press conference that Vrabel was going to have, and just like the other day, he said absolutely nothing. And he tried doing the whole, I'm not going to comment on it further, that's it. And you cannot comment on it all you want. I put out a tweet on social media, Johnny. You can say that you're not going to comment on it. There's more and more pictures are popping up, right? Like out of nowhere, more and more. And now all of a sudden we got pictures from 6 years ago, 3 years ago. Vrabel can say all he wants. He doesn't want to talk about it. I wonder if Patriots fans and the organization worry about how focused he is.
Well, I mean,
this is a huge story.
Mr. Kraft said, it was the touch of Asia spa.
Well, yeah.
None of this stuff happens there. I mean, it's behind closed doors. I don't understand how it's diabolical. Somebody was following these two for quite a while.
Hell yeah, man.
And to me, whoever it is that exposes them for what they were doing to their respective spouses, I applaud them.
Yeah.
I applaud them for their diabolical nature.
It's not cool, man.
Yeah, terrible.
Not
terrible.
Cool. Not cool. Both parties involved.
Despicable.
Not cool.
She was 5 weeks from her 5 months from her wedding.
There's a lot of theories out there.
It's really not. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, no, don't go there though.
I'm just saying.
It's just bad.
There's a lot of theories out there.
That's really bad.
And it's hard to not think about that.
No, it's just bad.
Her one kid's name is Michael.
It's diabolical. The two of them though.
She deleted her Twitter account and went private.
Well,
on
because
Instagram.
people were finding all these old tweets where she was tweeting about him.
Correct. And she went private on Instagram where her kids were on there. And
Well, our kids are
I feel
her kids are young, but
I
still
feel
just posting pictures and
horrible,
now involved.
horrible for those kids because they're all. Vrabels are older.
Vrabels are adults.
Yeah, and
Vrabels are.
They have social media.
He's got a kid Patricia's age and a kid my daughter's age.
Yeah. They're reading everything.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
see everything.
They are, and I'm telling you, and from some reports, that's not going well.
Look, I get it. Two people find each other a certain way.
What?
They don't think about the implications of literally.
I don't get it.
For 6 years?
Everybody else.
For 6 years?
Yeah, no, it's horrible.
I don't get it.
No,
horrible.
that's evil.
And you went out in public.
And then you don't think about what's happening to your kids and your family when you're eventually going to get caught. Name me the time that you didn't get caught. All right, coming up next.
Despicable.
We welcome in Amy Fidul. It's a Friday with Amy. Friday with Fidul. Amy will be here. Her thoughts on the Eagles climbing up to trading up for a wide receiver, not the offensive tackle of the future. Are we worried about the down-the-road plan? We'll check the poll on that coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The newest member, I'm Patricia Caputo with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles drafted USC wideout Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from the 23rd to the 20th overall pick in the trade with the Cowboys to get the receiver. After becoming an Eagle, Mai Lemon discussed who he is as a wide receiver.
They're going to get somebody that come in and wants to compete, at a high level. A dog, somebody that's just going to do anything that the organization, needs me to do at a high level. Just playing for one of my teammates day in and day out.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeat the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs get the sweep in the 4-game series, and the Phillies lose their 9th straight. The Phils will look to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. in Atlanta. Sixers will take on the Celtics tonight in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 apiece, and Joel Embiid is doubtful for tonight's game. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. right here on The Fanatic. The Flyers have off tonight as they prepare for a Game 4 potential sweep against the Penguins. That puck drops at 8 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to the game live right here on The Fanatic. And the Union will take on Columbus at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to the game on our sister station, WWDB. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Winner, like we hope you will be a winner of $1,000. WINNER winner. You have 25 minutes till after the hour to enter it on the Fanatic app, 975thefanatic.com, or text to that special contest short code 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. You'll get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. It won't be spam, I promise. Fanatic Parlay Cash stood up by Iron Mountain Men's Health. 5 chances to win each day. Today at 8 o'clock, 10, 12, 3, and 5. Good luck.
If you want to see their wonderful faces, check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
Yes, our wonderful faces can be seen on YouTube. You can also see the wonderful face of Amy Fidul, who joins us on this Friday morning. Fridays with Fidul. Amy, good morning.
Hello, Amy.
Everyone, good morning.
Good to hear from
you. We got the mic on.
That's right.
That's
very
good.
important.
That's good. You ready to go?
Step one.
It's a 2-woman show this morning. Too.
That's right. Patricia Caputo.
Pat Cap is in the house.
Producing the show in for Connor. Connor just, ducking another Phillies
hey,
loss.
It's a Friday.
It's another Phillies loss. He said, I can't handle it. I don't think they should move on from anybody. I'm waiting for Zach Wheeler to come back. Oh, the Phillies just lost their 9th straight game. I'm going to disappear. That's what Connor did.
Yeah, Connor's still ducking because he keeps telling me it's too early to do anything.
Well, we'll talk about the Phillies. Don't you worry. Actually, we do have a text. Let's check the Davis Honda text line. You can feel the Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington. And then, Amy, we'll dive into your reaction to the NFL draft last night, what the Philadelphia Eagles did. But a couple of people chimed in on Topper. Patricia, what do we got?
One texter says Thompson should have been fired 2 seasons ago. Schwarber should have not been re-signed. 3 terrible contracts, Harper, Turner, and Nola. Team needs serious changes.
Everybody sucks.
Harper's contract is bad. That's a steal at this point.
It's a steal.
Stop. It's
Harper's
a steal
contract
at this
is
point.
a steal.
Yeah.
Stop. It's a steal at this point. He makes the same amount as Tobias Harris, everyone. Stop it.
It's a steal. But I would never have signed, as I told you, I wouldn't have signed the Schwarber contract, wouldn't have signed the Luzardo contract, not the Schwarber contract to the length that it was. Wouldn't have gone 5 years, never would have signed Real Muto.
Yeah, the JT one.
The contracts were stupid. And if Kyle Schwarber was going to leave for 4 years with the Orioles, he was going to leave with the 4 years with the Orioles. All the
and
best.
then you would have gotten Pete Alonso.
All the best. All the best, yeah.
Anyways, Phillies lose again yesterday. 9 straight losses.
Anyways.
Rob Thompson was very happy about their fight after the game because they scored runs. Does that mean you fought, or does that mean that you scored runs?
It means you finally showed up how you're supposed to be.
Yeah, like you're supposed to be this top 10 offense and blah, 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 blah.
He's so uninspiring.
He's got nothing left to say at this point.
I mean, honestly, what do you want him to say?
Yeah. I want Dave Dombrowski to say I was wrong because Dave Dombrowski earlier this week dropping the, we don't have a 4-hole hitter. Yeah, dude.
Why is that?
Yeah. Hello. Who? Why, are you blaming somebody?
It's like the Eagles for 10 years. We don't have a linebacker. Yeah, we know.
Well, Amy, what I want him to say is there are many coaches and managers we've had in this town who have not peed on our leg and told us it was raining. He is disingenuous. He is it. We've had
the last manager.
You've covered coaches.
Yeah, I can't remember the last manager that was like that really told it like it was.
You don't have to destroy players' characters. You don't have to destroy to say this is completely unacceptable the way that we play.
I think you also have to listen to the questions that are being asked because they're not really some of the questions. So like you'll rip the soundbite because rip it meaning like take it away, like not disparage it.
Right.
You'll rip it off of the clips or whatever because it's interesting because you're like, I want you to say more. But what was the question leading into that? What was the question like? Did you at least like that they showed some fight? Do you know what I mean?
And
like
he would say
and
yes.
he was like, of course I like that. So you have to listen to. Guess what? You got to tune in for postgame. You have to listen to the entirety of it because sometimes, now not always, but sometimes it's a question that's like, did you like the fight? Yeah, I did. What do you want him to say? No, of course he likes it. They scored 7 runs. But so I think there's a misleading kind of overhaul of like what the press conferences look like. But no, essentially you would love to have a coach or a manager come out and be like, no, we stink right now. I don't know what's going on because this is a team that's paid a lot of money to hit and they're not doing it. Next, like that's honestly that's what we would want to hear.
And I don't want to hear
really helpful
how hard they're working.
Yeah, I know.
Like if I hear one more time how hard they're working. But again, because working smart.
Yeah, but listen, you got to listen to the question.
And working hard are two different things.
Do you feel like they're still working hard?
Yeah, we're working hard, but we're obviously not working smart.
Yeah.
Because nothing changes. Yeah. You can answer that way.
You could.
You can tell us that whatever our approach is at the plate, it's not working. We have the worst approach to the plate in the major leagues. Pitchers don't even have to throw us strikes to get us out. We have a terrible approach to the plate. We're not working on that, obviously, or whatever we're doing is not working. You can be honest with the fan base.
Yeah,
I
think
tell
you
them
could
what
say
they're
something
seeing.
Maybe after 3 straight losses you don't do that, but 9?
They're so apathetic to their own We're not alarmed, so don't be.
Well,
It just is. It's
maybe
to me,
another
it's annoying
sweep
as
of
hell.
the Braves, getting swept by the Braves would alarm some people.
You just don't put that out there in the universe.
No, don't do that.
I'm at the point of
Don't do that.
expecting it.
You don't have my algorithm.
Don't you do that.
It'll be miserable.
I'm at the point of expecting it.
Don't you do that?
I'll have to put it down all weekend.
Alec Boehm got another hit yesterday, so he's on fire. All right, Amy, the Eagles shocked the world. They trade up.
Now she's smiling.
And it's amazing because when they make the trade up, my immediate reaction, John had the exact same reaction. I'm curious if you had the same reaction. Was, all right, they're trading up for Ihanachor, which is the offensive tackle.
The linemen. Because linemen were flying off the shelf.
Well, yeah, there was the run on tackles. Blake Miller at 17, Monroe Freeling at 19. And so the Eagles make the jump to 20. You're going, all right, they don't want to miss out on Ihanachor, which is the offensive tackle from Arizona State. And then here comes the commish, and he says the Eagles have selected wide receiver Mai Lemon. I was like,
who was a top 15 big
excuse
board
me,
guy.
what? Yeah, oh, yeah. Mel Kiper had a top 10. Like, a lot of people love him. Your thoughts on everything, not just – we'll break down the player because we all collectively love the player. It was just the shocking nature of it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like completely gobsmacked. I wasn't like, oh, my God.
A gobsmacked.
A gobsmacked.
We're using SAT words this morning.
Because I think that I thought there was a chance they were going to target wide receiver if there was one available at 23. If one of those guys had fallen down randomly. I didn't think that it was going to be Lemon.
Yeah.
But I thought, well, if somebody falls to them and their guys, their offensive linemen are not there, then I think – because some of those guys should have been there in like 18 to 23, which they probably felt comfortable moving up in, not to 12.
Right, for Proctor. That's who I wanted.
That's what a lot of people wanted because you thought he would be there in that 18 to 20-something range, so you could move up to get him if you really needed to. 12. That's amazing. So I think that there was an outside chance for me for them to select a wide receiver. I think the surprise is that guy was available. Like Mai Lemon, as we were just talking about, is like a top 10, top 12 projected big board type of player. Bolitnikoff, we all know the measurables. So I think there was some surprise. But I think they thought if they rated their big board that they had him higher than anybody else on their offensive line because it's obviously a need. They're going to address it. I don't have any worries. Right. They've got three picks on day 3. Who knows what they turn that into if it's 3 picks or if it's more.
Well,
or less
and we
than
talked to Andrew DeCecco coming up in 20 minutes. So DeCecco joins at 8:30. And yesterday when I was talking to him when I helped out with Unfiltered for a little bit, he was saying that there are tackles in day 2 because we asked the question like, what if? What if there is the surprise where they draft a wide receiver or a tight end, they trade up to get Sadiq or an edge because the Eagles will always surprise us with that. He did say that there are tackles on day 2 that he's intrigued by. So we'll get Andrew's thoughts on that coming up in 20 minutes when he joins us. But the Eagles, they surprised a lot of people trading up for a wide receiver. Here's Dan Orlovsky yesterday, because if you want to get excited about a player that you may not have watched before, but you've watched the NFL, you'll recognize the name that he compares him to.
What are the receivers known for? McVay, Shanahan?
Getting across the middle, tough.
And tough. Physical, blocking. This is their Puka Nacua. Mai Lemon is going to be the Eagles' version of Puka Nacua. Move him around, cut splits, run game, in the blocking. This makes a ton of sense.
Puka Nacua, hopefully minus everything else.
Yeah.
Just the player.
By the
Puka
way, there's
Nacua.
nothing in his background to tell you that he's going the route of Puka Nacua.
And then during the combine, when he was asked himself, hey, who do you compare yourself to? He mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown. So these are 2 slot receivers that do everything.
I enjoyed that confidence. I was like, oh.
Look how Amy's all perked up.
He
now.
was like.
I love Amon. He's one of my favorite players in the league.
I love watching
Might be my favorite player to watch non-Eagles. He's a tremendous
He's so much fun to
wide
watch,
receiver.
yes.
That whole team, we were talking outside, like when the Lions drafted the offensive lineman and they were telling his background and they were like, oh, he used to wrestle. And I'm like, if Dan Campbell is not down in a grappling stance with that gentleman during whatever interview they had, like that's a visual you could have. But the way that Amon-Ra plays, if that's the style that he's going to bring, that kind of physicality, obviously the precision route running, all the clips of him, they show that really, I think, to a T. I'm here for it. I wish he was just a smidge bigger. But I think, physically, strength-wise, he's big, and he obviously has the speed. But I wish he was just a smidge.
The thing about his selection, though, it makes me even more excited about this offense because we're finally getting what we've wanted, which sounds so messed up to say because they literally won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. So like, I don't want to sound like,
well, they've been to 2 of the last 4.
right. And they won 2 years ago with a style of offense that I don't necessarily love. It just worked. So I celebrate that they ran an offense that worked. We're kind of getting that new era offense finally. It's going to be up to Jalen Hurts to show that he can run this style of offense, but you're giving him the pieces to do it. And now you have a guy in the slot that you can, use all over the place. And again, I said it to Johnny earlier. This goes to show that I think they have a lot of faith in Sean Mannion, and they listen to a lot of what he wants to do because the trade for Dontavian Wicks tells you that, right? He clearly valued him from his time in Green Bay. And when you're talking about drafting the eventual replacement of Lane Johnson, and they go, no, we're going to give this guy another toy to play with. They must really respect what Sean Mannion's brought to the table already.
Yeah, I think that that's the big case. If they looked at, they've obviously had some meetings with him and said, what do you need? What is going to make your offense the most successful version of it? And we all knew tight end was going to be one of them. I think that they're still going to address that.
Probably today.
16 for Kenyon Sadiq seems high. I don't know that the Eagles were able to move up to who knows how many assets they would have had to kind of leave on the table for them to get that kind of high of pick. But offensive line is the only other need. But he clearly has a message. Like, here's the type of player I'm looking for. Here's the guys that I need. Let's roll with that. And so when they made their big board, that's a huge part of it, the needs. And I know Howie's going to say best player available. But you need certain players. Good news is they need plenty of them. But you need certain things, and you need certain players to fit your system. So if it's like, hey, if this guy's available, he's the best player available. Oh, and by the way, he's the perfect fit for Sean Mannion's offense.
Yeah, it's amazing that everybody's reaction is the same. Love the player, but there is a lot of should they have gone a different direction.
I love the player so much. I love the player so much.
Offensive line?
Offensive line.
Yeah. I still think it's a pretty deep offensive line draft. I think when they saw, and this happens, it's like when there's a deep quarterback draft, those guys just start flying off the shelves, and it's just, it makes everybody else nervous. Then you're like, oh, now I got to get my guy. I got to take Proctor at 12. I don't want to miss out on him. So I hope that there's not a chance in 5 years we're looking back and thinking, oh, what if they take? I don't think that that's going to happen because I think they're going to address it with some, pretty good talent. That's a day 2 talent.
Plus, if Lemon is such that player, we're going to be going nuts.
Yeah,
we're going to love it. And he is that type of player.
Yeah,
he's unbelievable.
Every analyst loved the selection. Every single one. I got another one that I'll give to you later on this hour. Like, every single analyst loved it. But let's check the poll of the day, brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. Polls up. It's strong, as it is every single morning here on Kincade and Salciunas. Patricia Caputo, where are we at now?
Right. The question was, are you worried the Eagles did not address offensive line in the first round? Yes, at 43%. No, now at 57%.
And I bet you if we asked the 43% that said yes, almost 100% of them would say, but we like who they got.
Right.
That's what it seems to come down to for a lot of people.
Basically,
right now.
They want the Eagles to have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Well, why not the Bengals?
Exactly.
No.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, thank goodness. All right, Amy, not only are we reacting to the draft, and I know we got to touch on some Phillies to start this segment because we brought them up right before you came on. We have Game 3 tonight, Sixers Celtics. Now, you guys
excited again?
You guys were much more confident than I was going into Game 2. I gave you your props on Wednesday because you asked for Justin Edwards minutes, and he had a big 3.
You did.
I enjoy him out there.
I thought of Amy immediately as soon as I'm like,
I enjoy him out there.
The 5 points doesn't scream like he had some huge game, but it was a huge
the +7
3
or whatever it was.
Yeah,
does.
and his defense was very good.
He doesn't hurt them on the court.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard both ends.
But now the series is tied at 1 apiece. We'll talk about the big man eventually. But that win, it was one of the most surprising victories, I said earlier this week, in my life. Because of where I was. It was me personally, not Philadelphia.
You were not going to be alone in that sentiment.
I thought they were dead. 14-point dogs, 16-0 run in the first quarter for the Celtics. Like when that run was happening, I'm saying, yeah, this is going exactly the way I thought it would, and I'm terrified of the conversation tomorrow. And then they stormed back. VJ Edgecombe's amazing. Maxey is amazing. They took a Dembona off the court. That was amazing. A lot of good things happened when he wasn't playing. Sixers get the win, and now we come back to Philadelphia tied at 1 apiece.
when they took the lead, when they were in it, and then they took the lead, and you thought, oh man, how are you gonna how is this not gonna go our way? Like, how is this gonna end? Because you were kind of preparing yourself for a terrible loss.
Because the Celtics kept coming back. Like, anytime the Sixers went up 8, all of a sudden you blinked and the Celtics were back down 2, down 3.
91-89 with about 6 minutes to go, and that's when apparently Tyrese Maxey activated.
Yes.
And he thought, all right,
Oof.
12 points in 5 minutes is just
unbelievable.
How much do you...
the guy that's number one on their defense, like, they know he's their number one. Like, all right, we have to stop this guy. And he said, no, you can't.
Yeah.
I know your answer because I got to watch postgame, but I want to hear you. Talk about the impact that you think the Sixers' perimeter defense is making in the...
It was something, and I gave some props to the front office. I'm not the front office, pardon me, the coaching staff, because it was clearly a concerted effort. You can't just sit there and stand around and just wait for what the inevitable is. And you know it's that they're going to fire up threes. They fire up some of the most threes in the NBA. We all know that. It's well documented. You don't need me to tell you that. But just running at them and being that aggressive, showing that kind of effort on the defensive end instead of just like rotating over and then just like staring at the guy and doing one of these old like, hey, like that's what you saw in game one.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, oh, well, they're going to shoot it, so we're just going to try to like stack the paint and they're not going to drive in. They don't care about that. So I think that the concerted effort for everyone to participate in that perimeter defense, you cannot because at their core, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are drivers. At their core. They shoot the three because that's what that offense is, and that's how they run it. But at their core, they're going to drive in. So the Sixers' game plan that game one was like, all right, we're just going to stack the paint. Didn't matter. They still drove at you, and then when they didn't, they kicked it out and buried a three. So to have so much better defensive perimeter defense, I thought was a huge thing. And that was everybody, including Andre Drummond. Every single person, if you watch the tape again, is out there keeping the guy in front of them, ball you man. It's just like an old school principle. That's not going to go probably notice unless you watch it like we all do. And people should like look at it again. Maybe tune in on pregame. We'll probably show you that. Because
I think you will.
It was one of those, and you guys know I'm very critical of Paul George. I was critical of his 8 shots and his lack of, I thought, defensive presence in game one. Huge turnaround for him. Defensively, he knows that he's got to be that guy. And I think when you have one player like that and VJ Edgecombe's like that, everybody else takes notice. Justin Edwards is a great perimeter defender. So I think that size, they realize they have to put as much size as possible out there, and everybody has to participate.
Big man coming to Philadelphia.
I mean, when we saw that he was doubtful, I was like, my God, you've never been more excited about a word that's should elicit
because it means there's a chance. Now,
2 weeks from that surgery,
that
is incredible.
Yeah, my thought, I think I've told you guys, like I still needed like a weekend to help sitting up. So my thought is this is preparing him to get a little bit more practice and then possibly play on Sunday.
Which is incredible even of itself.
2 weeks removed from an internal surgery where they took out an organ is
people
wild.
that call him soft. It's one of the
stupid.
Yeah, they should look and see what his playoff record is as far as like how many games.
That's a stupid narrative. There are other narratives that do have legs. That's not one of them.
That's not one.
Soft should never be used.
No. All right, coming up next, you know who's not soft?
Who?
Our man Andrew DiCecco.
Oh no,
he's locked in right now.
Yeah, he beat anybody up right now. He's fired up.
He's so fired up
because he's now more excited about today than he was yesterday.
Yeah, he loves. He's
Saturday's
day 2
his
and 3.
big.
Yeah,
tomorrow he's even more excited.
Yeah, he's a late round guy.
His weird day.
His thoughts on the Eagles trading up to get Lemon, not drafting Ihanachor, who he really wanted the Eagles to target. They traded up. You thought they were going to select him. They don't. Andrew DiCecco's thoughts on day one, and who are those tackles we could potentially see tonight? It's Kincade and Salciunas. Amy with us, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Lemon to the Eagles. I'm Patricia Caputo with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles drafted USC wideout Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from the 23rd to the 20th overall pick in the trade with the Cowboys to get their wide receiver. After becoming an Eagle, Mai Lemon explained how the trade went down.
First, I answered the phone, and it was the Steelers, and then, my phone kept ringing. I looked, it's the Eagles. They traded up, and then, they were going to pick me, so they traded up. So, it means a lot that they really want me. So, I'm all in.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeated the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs got the sweep, and the Phillies lost their 9th straight. The Phils will look to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. in Atlanta. The Sixers will take on the Celtics tonight in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 apiece, and Joel Embiid is doubtful for the game. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. live right here on The Fanatic. The Fly Guys have off tonight as they prepare for Game 4 against the Penguins with a chance for a sweep in the series. Puck drops at 8 p.m. Saturday, and you can listen to the game live right here on The Fanatic. The Union will take on Columbus at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to that game live on WWDB. This update is brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. Revive your ride at summitracing.com. Use promo code radio for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 3rd, 2026. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic app.
Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kind of Andrew, John, Connor. You got Andrew, you got John. Patricia Caputo in for Connor, and it's a Friday with Fidul. So Amy Fidul with us as well. And joining us now, we've been talking to him every single day this week. I had a double dip of Andrew DeCecco yesterday. So it's been a great week.
It's never a bad day when you get to catch up with
it's actually been a great week because of it. Yesterday, the Eagles select Mai Lemon, wide receiver out of USC. They trade up with the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, I hate that. They trade. It doesn't
I
matter.
do hate that.
Just like they did in 2021.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me. I don't really get bothered by it.
That's all right.
They saw a spot where they wanted to go and get a guy, and they got a wide receiver, as we were all expecting. Mai Lemon with the 20th overall pick. To talk more about it and what the Eagles could do today, our man Andrew DeCecco joins us. Andrew, good morning. Your thoughts on what the Eagles decided to do yesterday? And like us, were you thinking that the name Ihanachor would be announced when they made that trade? I did all that build up and he's not there. Damn it.
That was a letdown. I was actually like, let's go.
He's
I'm
here?
through the phone though.
He is.
The one.
Oh.
I don't know why that's happening.
All right, I'll put him on hold. You let me know. You try to get that. I thought that was the
All right,
best.
let me give you a quick good news.
You were just teasing
The
this.
Vegas Strip this morning.
Yes.
Right now, the number one odds to be the offensive rookie of the year. Okay? So, number one is you're going to go to in the draft is Jeremiah Love.
Running back that the Cardinals
Okay.
stupidly drafted. Yeah.
Number two is Carnell Tate,
Okay.
the wide receiver who went 4. Mendoza got third, has third best odds, the number one pick in the draft. So 3, 4, and 1 have the 3 best odds. Then you go to Jordan Tyson, who went 8th in the draft.
Yeah.
Then you go to Price, who went 32nd, Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame, who went to the Seahawks. Right above our man, Mr. Lemon, at 6th best odds, who went 20th in the draft.
Okay.
All right.
For offensive rookie of the year. That's pretty good. Nice numbers. Nice numbers. And by the way, his odds are really close to the guys that went above him.
Sure. That doesn't
Like-
really do much just because an
They're
offensive
thinking-
tackle would never win.
No, but they're thinking he's
Right. They
going to
basically
be,
just named like every.
Yeah, but they're thinking but his
skill
numbers,
player.
though, they're thinking he's close to some of these other guys. The numbers are not really.
Well,
they're
like
right there.
the guys in the top, they're going to be productive because their teams are bad. One would think that they're going to go ahead and have of course, Jeremiah Love should get a lot of run because that's a bad team. And I wish him well.
correct.
I think he's going to be a very good player. But
It's a stupid draft.
it's just like
It's a stupid draft.
It's so dumb. All right, let's try this again. Let's see. First and foremost, before I do another great lead-in.
yeah.
Yeah, don't waste another one.
Andrew, first off, Andrew, are you there?
I'm here.
All right.
Hey!
All right, let's start this over. All right. Joining us now here on Kincade and Salciunas on this Friday with Fidul, our man Andrew DeCecco, who I got to see a lot of times this week, blah, blah, blah. Andrew, the Eagles trade up to 20 and select Mai Lemon. Would love to get your thoughts on the player that they selected, but I'm also curious, when you heard that the Eagles made the trade up to 20 during that run on offensive tackles, were you fully expecting to hear the name Ihanachor?
Yeah, I was like, this is Maxi Hunachor right here. They're trying to leapfrog the Steelers, who I had projected as a team that needed an offensive tackle. But it turns out that they instead pounce on very good value and take Mai Lemon, the wide receiver. And the Eagles mentioned afterwards that they'd done a lot of simulations, and it was Mai Lemon never popped up. So it seemed like they didn't even view it as a possibility. And they take a player at value there, but I like the player quite a bit. You know, first of all, 5'11", 192 pounds. He profiles more as a slot receiver and can work the short to intermediate level. Really good route runner, can separate, strong hands. I think he's probably going to be more of an inside receiver. I know that Howie Roseman last night said that he can play inside or outside. We'll see what happens in training camp. But I think based off of body type and the players that they already have, he probably profiles more as a slot. But this is someone who is very sure-handed. I think because of his skill set, because of his pedigree, to me that suggests that he should be able to earn the trust of Jalen Hurts pretty early. And another added bonus to Mai Lemon is that he also doubled as a kick returner in college. Not to say that your first-round pick is going to be doing that, but he gives you more optionality there. Is he fast per se? Probably not. I wouldn't classify him as fast. he's quicker than he is fast, but a really dynamic athlete, good in space, and just has a knack for getting open. And those players are very valuable in what I'm expecting to be that Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay style of offense where they find ways to spread the football around and get players on the move.
Andrew, I got one problem with it, though, and I love the player, too. Absolutely love it. But seeing 76% of his snaps coming from the middle of the field, that his targets are middle of the field. Is this a quarterback who is going to want to throw the ball in the middle of the field? That's where he makes his bread and butter, and we've yet to see that really be something that the Eagles do. Is this going to be something that Sean Mannion forces on Jalen Hurts?
Well, Jalen really hasn't done a lot of that in his career, John, so that's a fair point. And we'll talk about the newness of this offense. Change is coming, and there's going to have to be a lot of midfield utilization, and you're going to have some quick hitters make those decisions. It's going to be – he's going to have to learn to be comfortable becoming uncomfortable and do some different things that he hasn't been asked to do before, because I do believe that Mai Lemon will be heavily featured inside and working the middle of the field and finding those soft spots. We'll see what happens. I mean, knowing that you're going to have a full training camp and OTAs and all that to really dial that in, I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt that he'll be able to get that rolling. But, yeah, I mean, you're fair to have that kind of skepticism because we haven't really seen it to a high degree.
Andrew, we saw a huge run on offensive linemen. It was known that this was a good offensive lineman draft, and these guys really started going early. I mean, Proctor at 12 was really high. I think that surprised a lot of people. But now going forward, it's still clearly something that the Eagles need to address. Your thoughts on some of the guys that are available now in day two?
Yeah, I love this question, Amy. I look at Travis Burke from Memphis. I actually had a chance to interview him in the pre-draft process. I have a second or a third round grade on him. 6'9", 340 pounds, sort of was a riser throughout the process, and I believe that he offers the ability to play left or right tackle, so that's obviously appealing. Then you have Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern. Now he's going to go probably a little bit higher than Travis Burke, maybe in the second round. So pick 54 would be reasonable, but he's at 6'8", 323 pounds. He has relatively short arms at a little bit over 32 inches. So to me, that suggests that he's going to be a guard at the next level. And then I look at Markel Bell, who might be my favorite tackle prospect on day two out of Miami. 6'9", an 87 and an eighth inch wingspan, which is insane. And played 2 years at Miami, played at a very high level. He's an imposing type of player who can anchor and just be that powerful force playing right tackle. So there are options, but I will say that it's not obviously as rich as it was in the first round. So they're going to have to maybe be more selective or aggressive when it comes to addressing that tackle spot. And I should also note that, and Howie Roseman mentioned this yesterday, that Fred Johnson is back on a one-year deal, and they did draft 2 day 3 offensive tackles in Cameron Williams and Miles Hinton. And I thought Cameron Williams, for what it's worth, did well in the season finale, better than I could have expected.
Andrew, one thing to bring up, I actually asked you about this yesterday when we were doing the draft special with Unfiltered, but now that it played out the way that it did, is there a world where they trade for or sign Lane Johnson's eventual replacement? We keep on talking about the draft. Could they go a Jason Peters or John Runyon route at some point?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, Andrew. I would also add edge rusher to that. What I can tell you, being in the room last night, there just doesn't seem to be a sense of panic, I guess you could say, from Howie Roseman. He has everything under control. He's been doing this a long time. He has assets to work with. They're well aware of what their deficiencies are, and I would imagine that they're going to get creative in how they go about retooling and adding to certain positions. And I look at edge rusher as a great example because you can add another young player there, but it takes time to develop at that position, and you really need a Jalen Phillips type of player who can take on the lion's share of the snaps and maybe ease some of the burden from a Jalix Hunt or a Nolan Smith. And I think the best course of action to do that would be via the trade market. So that the Eagles, I mean, just because they lost 2 fourth-round picks doesn't mean that you're not going to hear from them all that much on draft week, and I think they'll be quite busy.
It's going to be so much fun to watch tonight, and I know tomorrow's going to be your big day. So, yeah, the loss of draft picks bothers me, but look, Howie always has a plan, and you you always tell us, I mean, he deserves the benefit of the doubt more than anybody, that he's got something cooking here.
Yeah, and you don't want to reach for a position. I know offensive tackle was in need, and I can understand if there's some out there who maybe are a little skeptical of the pick, knowing that they had that need. But my question would be, who was next on your board? Because obviously they decided to pass on Hunachor, and he's more of a developmental prospect. So you don't reach. You instead pounce on that value and try to capitalize on that.
Well, Andrew, we capitalized on your value this week. We said, you know what?
Over and over again.
We need to talk to our man every single day, and you've been fantastic. You were great yesterday with Bill and Tim. We appreciate your time as always, man, and we will talk to you next week.
Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, enjoy your holiday tomorrow. I know it's your favorite day of the year.
I'm working off 3 hours of sleep, man. Let's do it all over again.
Damn right, Andrew. We appreciate the time. This is our man, Andrew DeCecco. From Inside the Birds.
The thing is, he likes nothing more.
Yeah. No, he loves it, dude. He's
See,
a
that's
freak.
the thing, is he likes nothing more. So this is his thing.
Yeah.
This is his day.
By the way, Amy, I have a player that I want the Eagles to draft today. He's probably going to be gone by the time. Jennings Dunker, my man.
You just like his name?
Jennings Dunker, his name. He's got a mullet and a mustache. And he's 6'5", 319 pounds from Iowa. So,
oh, my God. That's
like everything about him.
That says like lineman of the year award.
Mullet, mustache, Iowa. 6'5".
Say no more.
I want the Eagles to draft him. I like honestly.
Where's he projected?
Early second round. Give up everything.
You're like, let's just do it,
dude. No, in this city, that guy will become a cult hero.
Are you kidding me? It's like the second coming of Bo Allen.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up next, another very, very, very high praise article on what the Eagles did yesterday with the Mai Lemon. We'll tell you who and what they had to say about next. We'll check the Davis Honda text line as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Amy with us, 97.5 The Fanatic.
You can bet all your favorite sports on the BetParx app. Live betting on Philly basketball. The playoffs going on. The Fly Guys hockey's going on tomorrow. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app's the best. Tonight, 7.5-point home underdogs hosting Boston tonight in Game 3 of the series. I don't know how I feel about that one yet. I may stay off that one, so I may go with some individual player performances. Maybe looking at Maxey and Edgecomb's numbers and betting on those individual performances. Tomorrow night, Game 4 in South Philly, 8 o'clock. It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. You can bet goal scorers, assists, shots on goal, and more during the playoff run. Right now, new casino users are going to get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collective, plus up to $1,000 in bonus back in your first 24 hours. So all your favorite casino games, you enjoy all the playoff action with basketball and hockey going on in Philly right now. This place is on fire, and the BetParx app is almost too hot to handle. Check out BetParx.com and get all the details. Got to be 21, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. There's always another way to win. Should you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got something to say about Philly sports?
Text us on the Davis Honda text line.
with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 8:48 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Oh my God, Amy Fidul just said something right before we came back from break, and it's something that I noticed yesterday too. A lot of crying yesterday.
A lot of emotional.
Which is awesome.
Reaction. I was here for it. I thought it was wonderful.
And I was wondering, last year I think it was, remember they had like the 6-mile walk?
It was really long. Was that last year?
It was Vegas.
Yeah.
It was
that
at
sounds
Vegas.
right.
Yes.
It felt like
and then they did it was a really long walk.
It wasn't last year in Vegas. It was
or 2 years ago, maybe.
Vegas, yeah,
whatever it was. It took forever for them. Like they were tired by the time they got there.
Vegas was pre-cancer.
Yeah.
Whereas yesterday, maybe it was the quicker walk, and I think it was a tunnel that showed
minutes. And plus, it was 8 minutes. I love the tunnel.
I like the tunnel. They had the cool artwork.
All the
Which was a
logos.
local artist apparently in Pittsburgh that did all the logos, so the guys could go by and see their logo. Like these are gentlemen that are realizing a dream that has put in years and years and years of
see
hard
the
work.
sea of the crowd,
And it opened
I think
up.
that's part of it. I think it was, oh my God,
This is happening.
It's a dream come true.
But you could see it from when they were in the green room, which is a huge room now, instead of what it used to be. And they would just, the realization after hugging everybody, the emotions took over, it seemed like on the walk.
Right, during the walk.
Because
so there must have been
they were all
something
excited,
there.
whatever,
Yeah.
they're hugging everybody.
I think it's so beautiful.
And it was in the walk, it started setting in, and they would see the logo or they would see the hat sitting there. And I thought that was a really
and they
cool
look
thing.
in the mirror and they put
it like this is happening.
It's
I did
awesome.
Yeah,
it's so well done.
A lot of great emotion.
And the 8 minutes, and there were teams not even using the 8 minutes.
Thank you for that, by
Which
the
was
way.
great.
I do not appreciate the Raiders.
The picks were rolling last night.
We all know.
Stop it.
We all
What are
know.
you doing?
We all know what you're
But
doing.
I loved seeing that emotion. I think it's such a real thing because, of course, it's emotional.
Yeah.
Of course, it's emotional.
And I love there's some of the guys, and look, I'm a John. I'm a very open about mental health and all that kind of stuff. You could tell some of the football players doing the don't cry.
Yeah, no, let it out, Fred.
And then finally, it just came out, man. And it's beautiful.
And I appreciate the rawness of those initial interviews. I don't care what the guy. He's going to say something so true because he's living his entire dream.
Yeah.
And he probably had something thought up I'm going to thank this people, my mom and my dad and whoever else, and they get to that. But then there's usually all I want to do is just go to work. You can just tell they're just so excited.
I think that yesterday watching it when they all were coming out and everything, I think Lemon, when he hit the stage, he was ready to come out and greet his city.
Yeah.
That he was going to play in.
Oh, yeah. Right.
you
That's
think so?
right, because he would have been drafted.
Because
by the
he was
Steelers.
overwhelmed. You could tell he sort of didn't have anything to say.
But that's good. I want
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's sort of not him. But he was it sort of overwhelmed him, I think, because I think he was coming
He was
out
on the phone with the Steelers.
He was coming out. He was going
Another L
to
for
be. You're going to
Pittsburgh.
be drafted in the city by the team that is hosting the draft, and
I think also
you got poached.
There's that, but also there's just you think you can have all the preparation in the world, and you come out to and that. Did you see the numbers on how many people were at that draft? It's the biggest one. It's well over two. It'd be out. What was the last one? Vegas, I guess it was. Whoever it was.
Yeah, Vegas was years ago.
You're walking out to hundreds of thousands of people.
It's so awesome.
That's intimidating. I thought it was great. I loved seeing that emotion.
I loved
a lot
it.
of sunglasses, a lot of tuxedos too. By the way,
The sunglasses
Lambo.
I could do without,
Lambo.
but that's
Last year
take
was
the
Lambo.
sunglasses off. But that's all right.
they're hide their eyes.
You want to take them off? You're taking off your sunglasses.
Oh, who cares, John?
Dude, Andrew.
No.
You
Keep
can
your
care
sunglasses
about
on.
whatever you
It's
want to
part
care
of the
about.
aura, okay?
You can care about whatever you want to care
Part
about.
of the aura.
Don't tell
All
other
right.
people what to care about.
All right.
You care about what you care about. That's stupid. Wearing sunglasses indoors.
I'm sorry that you care about
Sunglasses indoors is
Well,
a stupid look.
It
to
was
me.
outdoors,
and I think it was he was wearing them indoors too. He
Yeah.
was wearing them indoors,
but it was at
all
nighttime.
night long.
So
All night long at night.
future's so bright.
Yes.
Gotta wear shades.
Yes.
All night long indoors
night.
and some outdoors. Yes, it's just a dumb look to me. That's it.
All right.
You
Sorry that it bothers
You can like it.
Don't
No,
go
you
out
can
to
like it.
clubs on Saturday
You
night.
can
I'm
like
not
it.
saying I like it. I'm sorry that it bothers you.
No, you can like
I
it.
can't get that upset over
No,
it.
you can like it. It's fine. You don't have to say to somebody else that they shouldn't dislike it. You don't have to do that. You don't have to
No,
put
I'm
other
just-
people's opinions down.
I'm sorry.
You don't
That's
have
all
to
I'm
do
saying.
that.
I'm sorry that it bothers
You don't have to be a jackass about
I'm just saying.
Oh,
I'm
my
sorry that it
goodness.
You
bothers
don't have
you.
to do that.
All right.
Don't do that.
Mai Lemon. Let's talk about Mai Lemon. Henry McKenna from Fox.
What did
Here's
he
what
say?
he had to write about Mai Lemon. He says that he's a Sean Mannion building block. How about that? It's been clear for weeks that the New England Patriots and the Philadelphia Eagles have essentially agreed to terms on A.J. Brown talk. We all know that. Some people still don't want to believe it. Mai Lemon, whom the Eagles traded up to get to at number 20, will join Devontae Smith, Hollywood Brown, and Dontavian Wicks, who the Eagles acquired from the Packers. And my screen just dropped. There it is. It's clear that general manager Howie Roseman is building a passing offense around what new offensive coordinator Sean Mannion will need. And if Mannion has what he needs, it'll set up Jalen Hurts for success. This new vision started with the Wicks acquisition, blah, 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 blah. He's comparing it to Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba of the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
JSN.
Lemon is a really good yards after the catch receiver. He's fast. He is a high production player at USC. And in this offense, I could see him being the most productive rookie wideout in 2026.
That's fantastic. And I love if that is the vision, I don't know any Eagles fan that would say not sign me up for it. If that's the vision, but you better have an offensive line that can protect the quarterback to be able to have the time to let pass plays develop, because that involves a passing, a route tree that has to develop. And last year you didn't have that. Did not have
What
it.
a concept.
That did not have that. Yeah, this year we're going to have one.
They had a route branch.
I'm not sure
it was like a limb.
was.
Yeah, it was like just like a
I'm not sure. It was a very crumbly branch.
They had
I wouldn't have climbed out on that branch.
It was just the one.
They had hitch
You know,
routes.
like when you draw like happy little trees, it was just the one little.
I would not have climbed onto that branch.
No.
Nah,
The branch was on the ground already. And my
Wouldn't
dog,
help me up. I don't know about you. Wouldn't
my
help
dog
me up.
chewed on it and peed on it. And
that's different.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, more draft reaction. Sixers Game 3 talk, but also if this weekend goes poorly, it's got to be the end of someone with the Phillies. I don't know who. You pick whoever you want.
I picked weeks ago.
I know you have.
I want you guys to join me. And there's two of them. They both got to go.
There's a lot of changes that could happen after this weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Friday, Playoff Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Lemon to the Eagles. I'm Patricia Caputo with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles drafted USC wideout Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from the 23rd to the 20th overall pick in the draft with the Cowboys to get the wide receiver. After becoming an Eagle, Lemon discussed who he is as a wide receiver.
They're going to get somebody that come in and wants to compete, at a high level. A dog, somebody that's just going to do anything that the organization, needs me to do at a high level. Just playing for one of my teammates day in and day out.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeated the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs get the sweep and the Phillies lose their 9th straight. The Phils will look to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. in Atlanta. The Sixers will take on the Celtics tonight in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 apiece, and Joel Embiid is listed as doubtful. For tonight's game, you can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. live right here on The Fanatic. The Flyers have off tonight as they prepare for Game 4 against the Penguins with a chance to sweep the team in the series. Puck drops at 8 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to that game live right here on The Fanatic as well. And the Union will take on Columbus at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. That game will be live on WWDB. This update is brought to you by Papa John's. It's turning up the heat with your choice of 3 new oven-toasted sandwiches, just $7.99 each or $6.99 with Papa John's pairings. Order today at papajohns.com on the app or stop by your local Papa John's. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Don't worry, we will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
And then Howie Roseman, like Jaws, like a shark in the water. Johnny, he saw what he wanted. He wanted a lemon, you know? He smelled lemon in the water, and he said, I want to climb up to the 20th overall pick. Eagles make the trade. They climb up. They trade with the Dallas Cowboys to go up to pick number 20 to jump Pittsburgh. And the Eagles select Mai Lemon, wide receiver out of USC, 3 years at USC. He's one of those guys, Johnny, where if you go on YouTube and you type in his name, you're going to enjoy yourself watching his highlight package.
I am a fan of the player. I am very much a fan of the player, and I love the fact when my team drafts a guy in the first round, and I do not have to run to YouTube. I knew exactly who they were drafting. I knew exactly the player. I've watched him play 6, 7 times. I feel comfortable with it. I was like, okay, I know exactly who this guy is. Love the player, love the skill set. Don't love the pick.
Now back to the show.
It is 9 a.m. on a Fridays with Fidul. So Amy, Ask Me Amy thing comes your way at 9:47. And we would like you to start sending in the text messages now. Patricia Caputo is filling in for Connor today. So text them in 610-632-0975. Start the text by saying Ask Me Amy thing, and then send in the rest of the text. Any random question. Can be sports, can be non-sports, you name it.
Remember last week I was asked overrated athletes? Like, that has been on my mind. I've come up with so many.
Well, you were also asked to do 5.
Yeah, and I was like
on the
and it's
spot.
supposed to be like, you're supposed to rip through it, but I've come up with so many. I'm like, well, Lamar Jackson. I'll wake up and I'll be like, wow, why would you say Lamar Jackson? You know he's overrated. So, like, stuff like that. It's
So
just
you've
funny
got
to me.
them. They're on the tip of your tongue.
But it's just like I was like 5. I can't come up with 5. I can't come up with 1 right now.
Are you only saying Lamar Jackson because the Louisville Tigers?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I knew.
Well, that's where it starts.
It is, but like, you know,
But
here's
wait
a
a minute,
guy
his
that
playoff performances add to that.
exactly it lends itself to it. So now I look like a genius. But no, it's absolutely because he went to Louisville.
Yeah, that's all. That's all it was. That's all it was. I'm sure you loved the Marcus Smith pick from back in the day with the Eagles. All right, so we've been reacting to Mai Lemon all morning. The Eagles select him. They trade up to the 20th overall spot. They select the wide receiver. And now we start thinking, all right, what do they do today? And Andrew DeCecco was on with us about a half hour ago. He believes there are offensive tackles that you could draft and develop. Question is, how confident are you in Chris Cooper? We won't know. Like, we're not going to know. Is Chris Cooper some next guru, some other offensive lineman guru, or is he just another guy? Like, I don't know. We'll see. So there are tackles available in the second round. There's tight ends available in the second round. The Eagles draft picks after yesterday's trade because they gave 2 4th-rounders to move up to Lemon. They have the 54th overall pick today, and then they have 2 3rd-round picks, one being the compensatory pick. So they have the 3rd-round pick, 68th overall that they got in the Hassan Reddick trade, and then the 98th overall pick. I don't remember who the compensatory pick was for. Was that Milton Williams? I don't know.
Milton Williams would have been the 3rd round. Would have been a 3rd round.
Yeah, but it's 1 year, so this
could have
would
been
be
Milton Williams. Yeah, it would have been Milton Williams.
All right, so that's the Milton Williams
Could have probably been.
selection. Will be the 98th overall pick, and then they don't have anything in the 4th round. And so knowing Howie, they'll probably do something.
Yes.
Knowing Howie,
You
I can't imagine.
trade them though, right?
Yes.
The compensatory picks you can't.
Milton
Cannot trade
Williams
those.
was the 98, and then they got picks also because of Josh Sweat.
Yes. And they got a 7th-round pick back, but that wasn't for this draft. Was
No,
it?
I think that was for next
for
draft,
next year's
2027.
draft. So they got a couple more picks still. They'll get on the clock a couple of times today, 3 times as of now. They could trade one of the 2 picks that they own.
But they entered this draft with 10 total selections, and I think you're thinking they'll come away with 7 players.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good
I
return.
think that's
sure.
pretty fair. And they're clearly excited about Lemon. So's everybody that has been talking about this draft. Everybody loves it. But there are people, and we'll go to the phones here, that hate trading with the Cowboys.
You can understand why, right?
Yeah, because
the Cowboys had just given up 2 multiple-day picks. They had given up 2 third-day picks to move up on it. So that's where.
But if they did the same thing with the Buccaneers.
Yeah, they wouldn't give a damn.
Nobody.
But you don't
nobody
want to help
cares.
you don't want the Cowboys because the Cowboys are right in your division.
Yeah, but they also helped you.
Yeah, I feel like helping other teams like the
Look,
Rams would be more problematic.
All right, you're
not going to.
If you go Jimmy Johnson chart, the old Jimmy Johnson chart, The difference was the Cowboys won by 14 points. The old Jimmy Johnson chart. The Cowboys won by 14 points, which is nothing. Minuscule, nothing. That might just be the price of doing business within your division.
Sure.
So.
And you were the one that was aggressive to move up, whereas they were cool with moving back.
So there it is. With Stephen Jones. People keep saying Jerry Jones. It was Stephen Jones.
Jerry's there.
He's there.
He's there.
There you go.
He's got his Johnny Walker, and he's there. Let's go to Joe in Philly, who wants to talk about that. What's up, Joe?
Well, I never want to trade within my division. I just think back to the Celtics trade and the Martell Fultz and that every time. And the last time we traded with the Cowboys, they got Parsons. We got a great player in Smith. Okay?
He's pretty good.
And hopefully this is a great player, right? But the difference is then they parlayed Parsons into 2 other picks. So we didn't win the trade, and I hope he's good. We needed a safety.
How do you know they didn't win the trade?
They won the trade. They won the Super Bowl. What have the Cowboys done? They haven't even been to the Super Bowl since
I'm not talking about obviously that. I'm saying McCall Parsons is a generational.
And they've been to 2 Super Bowls.
And the other pick, they took a guy named
away.
Chauncey Golston. What did Chauncey Golston do?
I'm okay with that. You're right on that. The Cowboys made a bad pick on the other, but in that trade they got the starting center. They got the starting center for 5 years.
They won that trade.
They won the trade.
He's not there anymore.
And they were never going to take
Tyler Biadasz.
They won that trade.
Eagles were not going to take Micah Parsons. He was never going to get drafted at 12 for the Eagles.
They won that trade.
I get it.
I just don't like trading with you.
I get it. That's it gives you the ick. Totally get it. Totally get that it gets you the ick, but you can't say they didn't win the trade when they have 2.
They won that trade. Clearly won that trade.
Well, you and I will differ on that. My 2 guys are going are Dombrowski and Thomas.
No. Dombrowski's not going.
Rob Thompson.
Because Dombrowski's got to fire. He has to be there in order to fire Rob Thompson and Kevin Long. So,
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time moving past where he said they didn't win the trade.
Yeah. They didn't win the trade.
They won the Super Bowl with Devontae Smith.
And they went to another one.
The Cowboys haven't even sniffed a Super Bowl in 30 years.
You can't tell me they won the trade because they then turned Micah Parsons into 2 other picks. That's still laughed at as one of the one of the worst trades.
But it's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
They were, and the Eagles, if the Eagles stayed at 12, they weren't taking Micah Parsons.
By the way, the Cowboys were maybe a Micah Parsons away from being a playoff team last year.
And then, too, it's the
they traded him away.
Well, we're just going to disagree.
Yeah.
We're just going to.
Well, because he did get ganged up on by.
I know. I felt bad.
I'm just saying.
When he said that, I was like, yo, dude. He's like, I don't think they won. You got to stop there.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the fact. Listen, if you don't, there's certain teams you don't want to trade with. I get it. I will take exception to the Celtics one. I think that the reason I don't want to trade with the Celtics is because you're going to have to face them all that much, and because they're always doing a better job at the trade. It's like trading with the Thunder. It's like, oh, what's this guy going to turn into? Oh, he's going to be really good, isn't he? I don't worry about that with the Cowboys because the Cowboys are inept. They're an inept organization. 1995.
The Cowboys.
What are we doing?
It's 30. It was 30 years in January.
It's because it was the Cowboys.
I get it. That's fine.
And I get he brought up the Celtics thing, and
that's an organization that's well run. You worry about trading with them because they're going to do something with it.
Right.
Trade with the
Danny
Cowboys all you want.
Ainge, when he was there, that was a scary thing. Yeah.
And a reminder that just to the other point is that Dave Dombrowski will not be. He's not going to be the one fired, because if you fire him, then you're firing like everybody, because you're then saying Preston Mattingly take over now.
Yeah,
but everything. It's a total house cleaning.
Yeah, that's like a house of cards. Because then
I do believe Preston Mattingly will be running this organization.
Yeah, I don't.
Sure. At the end of
I don't
the
think
year.
that I don't think that that's got to be a real big leap at this point with the way that they've been trending.
Right.
If things don't get turned around, and I'm not talking about trending this year. I'm talking about trending overall. As far as making certain moves, the postseason disappointments, there has to be some overall changes. But that's not a midstream type of change to change your president of baseball operations. That doesn't seem like an April 24th type of move. It would be very unusual. That would be like a White Sox move.
Yeah. It also wouldn't change anything. There's more. The players have more of a connection with the manager, hitting coach, all those guys. So if one of those guys gets fired, that's that's the shot to the psyche of all those players. They move on from Dave Dombrowski. They're like, all right, who's the next boss?
Yeah,
that
there's
we
a guy
have?
that signs our checks. That's kind of like the overriding theme.
Pretty much. So what happens?
So that's John Middleton.
Let's say the Phillies at least win one, but they drop 2 of 3. All right, which is very likely.
So they broke the losing streak?
Yes, they finally break the losing streak, but don't forget the Phillies are facing left-handed pitchers, so that means they're going to lose because they just hired.
We just saw this against the Braves.
Yeah.
Keep the positivity
And you don't even
coming.
have Chris Sale, so
Yeah.
Chris Sale, pardon. You are
one Chris Sale.
One Chris Sale.
That's right. They shifted.
They shifted it because it was.
So it's
Darn
Grant,
it! I was thinking like no.
Grant Holmes, Bryce Elder, and then Chris Sale.
Yeah, on
By
Sunday.
the way, Andrew Painter, this is a let's see what you got, brother, because
Yeah, it's a
9-game losing streak.
It's a tough position. I appreciate that he's going to be put in that position. Let's face it, it's not going to be like an overwhelming atmosphere. That should help him. No offense to the Braves fans down there. I know that they're excited about their team, but they're not going to. It's not like
I think they had 3 sellouts, though. I mean, it's not like it's...
but you've been down there.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
It's not the loudest
It's
place.
not going to be the most intimidating, but they get the best record in baseball.
But that's the thing. The intimidation
They're
factor
feeling-
is the team itself,
Yes,
not the atmosphere.
Not the atmosphere. You're not going to be...
So that's
Truist
at least...
Park's not going to make them shake in their boots.
No, you don't walk in and go, ooh, look at this. It's a sellout. Like, and let's face it, when Citizens Bank Park is going, that is an intimidating place.
Sure is, yeah.
It's a much different place. So I hope that he's up to the challenge as far as it's a lot to ask of someone that's in his first year in the big leagues to stop a win streak. And I'm not asking you personally to
This
stop
is not
it.
just any streak, by the way.
When's
9 games.
You're approaching Mets territory at this point.
And when's, honestly, is we get...
But I need you to not to lose the game, though.
We get a Luzardo start, right?
You have Painter, Wheeler, Nola.
Yeah,
Nola, so we don't get a...
No, you don't.
That's great. This is really good.
Yeah, Sunday could be bad.
Sale versus Nola.
It's Sale versus
You
Nola.
never
So
know. Aaron Nola finds that magic like one time.
And Nola sometimes can really cause problems for the Braves.
But
Yes.
the Phillies are facing a lefty, which means they're
I
not
got
going to
you.
hit the ball because that's what they have not done all season long against left-hand pitching. So I'm not feeling too great. So let's say they drop 2 of 3. Something has to happen Monday.
No,
there's no
it
more
must
like
happen.
that. We can't do that. It's early. We can't like.
Haven't you seen enough to know that something should happen Monday?
Yeah, I have.
Even if they win 2 out of 3?
Well, no. If they win 2
That
out
would
of
be
3,
tough.
they're not going to do it then.
Wait a minute. Winning 2 out of 3, they probably still have the worst record in baseball.
Well, no.
Yeah.
If they win,
They'll probably still have the worst record in baseball.
If they win 2 out of 3 after scoring 7 runs yesterday, they're going to say we may have found something.
Yeah.
Now,
tweak
if they then
things.
lose,
I'm telling you
7
right
of
now.
the next 10.
That's like, I mean, I'm not going to be fooled by if they win 2 out of 3. I'm not going to go, wow, we still have the worst record in baseball, but winning 2 out of 3
What if it looks
changed my mind.
What if it looks different to you?
They go in and they play.
Right. What if it's like a 7-2 win and a 6-1
Okay,
win and a
okay.
4? Do you know what I mean? Like,
All right. No, you make a good point.
I
there.
think that could shift it. Now, if these are absolutely grind them out, like I can't believe we won that game. Like let's.
Those can impress me too, though.
Yeah. Well, maybe
You know what I
the
mean?
grind it out
Because
games.
they're not doing any of those right now.
Well, the
not
Saturday,
winning anything.
the last Saturday game
As you well know.
was an anomaly because you have no earned runs. You have Sanchez pitch a great game, and you come away. And I know it's Chris Sale, but it's like really, that's a game. But if they'd had a couple games like that, you'd be fine with it.
If they showed life, look, here's the thing. Yesterday was the first day,
But
even though
they
they
did-
lost. Yesterday was the first day they showed life. Like
we
the,
say
First time
that
they'd scored
team.
over 3 runs in like 3 weeks. It
Can we
felt
say
like.
that Christopher Sanchez has been a letdown?
Yeah, it's been a bad start for him, considering who he's supposed to be. I'm not freaking out, but yeah.
No, I mean, not freaking out yet, but
No,
he
you can say
certainly
it.
has been
Yeah, it was a rough one yesterday. That was
Yeah,
really
you can absolutely
Or 2
say it.
days.
I read an article. There's a guy named, I've never heard of this man. Welcome to the party, Rowan Kavner.
Good name.
Rowan Kavner covers baseball for Fox Sports, and he did an article on the 7 teams with 7 slow starts. And obviously the Phillies are one of those teams. He talks about the New York Mets. He talks about the Astros, the Royals, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the Mariners. And so here's what he wrote about the Phillies. Their biggest issue is the lineup.
Well, that's
And
shocking.
he then did a write-up on,
Thank you, Rowan.
on the poor hitting.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks,
And then there
Rowan.
was another problem, the starting pitching.
Wow.
Hey, other than that,
Team's really good. By the way, Brad Keller
club.
gives up a long one yesterday.
Can't believe it.
That's been shaky.
He's been really shaky.
So for every team, he wrote about the hope. what hope is there for these clubs? The starting pitching should get better.
What?
And the obscene batting averages on balls in play should start to regress to the mean. Phillies hitters have the third lowest BABIP, Johnny, in Major League Baseball. But even more staggering is the 357 BABIP the Phillies pitchers are surrendering, by far the highest mark in Major League Baseball. So he's basically thinking that it's going to even out at some point, and that'll help out. Question is, when will that happen, Mr. Kavanagh, is what I would like to know, because they keep on losing. They've lost 9 straight games. You can give me all the BABIP stats you want.
I don't want to be fooled by one weekend series. Like, I don't. Now, if they went down there and they kicked the Braves' ass, that's different. They go down there and look like the pitching's
supposed to be. Yeah.
Pitching's great, the offense is great, and they're coming home. Totally different mentality. They go down there, and even if they win 2 out of 3,
if it's lifeless.
If they win 2 out of 3, I'm not even going like
the Braves lose it more than the Phillies win it.
2 out of 3, I doubt they do anything. If they lose 2 of 3, something happens. It could be a firing. It could be a player gets sent down to the minors. It could be some sort of shakeup where they start to finally light a little freaking fire under their rear ends, because I think they're tight, but I also think they're playing it's early card way too much.
Hey, it's again, MLB Network said it. No hitting coach has survived the stretch of the chase rate. They looked at numbers. They looked at chase rate. They looked at these other things over a series of seasons where the hitting coach just survives. But it's the Phillies that went to the playoffs. Well, they got a good club. No, they have a high payroll. They have high stars. That's the reason that Kevin Long's still here. It makes no sense. He's not developing players. In fact, players have gotten worse under his watch. Bohm's gone backwards. Stott's gone backwards.
I think Bohm just
I think they've got a lot going on.
They've gone backwards.
I think he can't hit for power.
Yeah, but he was going backwards
never
before he knew his parents were stealing from him.
He had a great spring.
I feel terrible for him.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him having to publicly deal with that. Like, having to deal with it, but then having to publicly deal with it.
It's awful.
Yeah,
it's awful.
Pretty bad. All right,
despicable.
Miss Caputo, what do we have on the Davis on the text line? You can feel the Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington. Again, don't forget 610-632-0975 to also send in your Ask Me Anything questions, which we do at the end of the show, coming up around 9:47, so 30 minutes from now. Patricia, what do we got?
One texter talked about cleanup. Imagine if we had a guy like Kyle Schwarber to bat fourth.
Yeah, I don't get the lineup. I hate it. They're now doing the desperation. Let's bat him lead off because when in doubt, you just go back to that thing. There is a world where Trey Turner bats lead off and Bryce Harper's your 2-hole hitter. The problem is who are you batting third? Like, it's Bohm does not scare anyone.
But that's who's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's who it's supposed to be.
And then there's Adolis Garcia, who hit a home run yesterday. You're hoping he's more consistent. JT Realmuto's not going to be that guy, and he's not even available because he's hurt. Unless you do the drastic move of, like, the Crawford leadoff spot and then Turner.
Why wouldn't you try it? Crawford
that's a real big knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, but Amy, at this point,
I don't hate it.
9 straight losses is knee-jerk time.
And I think he's had
but that's where you're at. Then.
As far as effective at bats, like as far as seeing pitches and everything like that, he's been one of their better guys at bats. He gives them quality at bats.
You move him up, you slide everyone down. Like that's the one big thing. Like, and I'm not saying it's gonna be perfect, but if Crawford bats leadoff and then Turner bats 2 and then Harper bats 3, now Schwarber's batting 4th, and now that's a lot different. Mm-hmm. You're still gonna have the gap. 5 through 9. Instead of 4 through 8, it's now 5 through 9. You're still going to have it because...
Though Brandon Marsh is in there, so you might...
You're right. Maybe now,
6 through 9.
He would not bat 5th because you'd have 3 straight
Correct.
lefties.
They would never do that.
And you know that they just bring in a lefty arm, and he can't hit those. But Brandon Marsh had a big game yesterday. So if he bats 6th, the lineup looks a little bit different. But then who's that 5-hole hitter? Is it Garcia? Is it Bohm? It's the same conversation. It's just a different part of the order.
Right. And that's the problem with it. Like, in the future, you're looking at Crawford as your leadoff guy. That speed is exactly what you want. But there is that concern of, like, he just got here. And now the team is scuffling. And now you want to put him in that position. I mean, he's a guy that's certainly been raised to be this player, to rise to the occasion. He has shown that he can be that guy in the minor league system. You just don't want to push him too early. I like the idea of him eventually moving to that. But we are probably, you're right, we're probably in knee-jerk time.
It's knee-jerk time. You've lost 9 straight games. By the way, they should just play him first and foremost because he gets these random days off for no reason whatsoever when he's supposed to be the everyday center fielder, which I just don't.
I don't understand that at all.
That's baseball across the board, though.
Imagine
it's an odder thing that they've started.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, when you say somebody is the everyday, and you just keep giving him these days off all the time, it's just for a young guy. He's 22.
Yeah.
For God's sakes, give him a chance to get in some sort of a rhythm. But imagine if the Sixers took this mentality with VJ Edgecombe. Imagine if the Flyers took that mentality with Porter Martone.
Well, the Sixers did a couple of years ago with Maxey.
That was a coach.
That was Doc Rivers.
The Flyers literally said, we're going to take this kid out of college, and we're going to throw him on the number one power play.
And you have to look at why. Because they were desperate for it. So maybe that's where the Phillies are. The Sixers were desperate
that's
for
what
it,
I'm saying.
And the Flyers were desperate for it.
They're desperate.
That was a desperate.
Yeah, they're
they
desperate.
They had to do those. And it worked.
Yeah.
So that's, to your point, maybe that's what the Phillies are at now.
By the way, we haven't mentioned it. Taiwan Walker gone. How about that? That was a tenure.
Yeah, he did well for them last year.
Nice human.
They needed him last year.
Seems like a nice person.
And they needed him last year.
Yeah.
Yes. He ate innings.
Not this year.
Yeah, this year's been terrible.
8 innings.
All right, coming up next, we do a weekend preview. There is so much. Day 2, Day 3 NFL draft. Sixers Celtics tonight. Flyers this weekend. Sixers Celtics Sunday. And do the Phillies keep jobs alive this weekend? We got a lot to break down. We'll do it all next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The newest member, I'm Patricia Caputo with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Eagles drafted USC wideout Mai Lemon Thursday night. The team moved from the 23rd to the 20th overall pick in a trade with the Cowboys to get the wide receiver. After becoming an Eagle, Lemon explained how the trade went down.
First, I answered the phone, and it was the Steelers, and then, my phone kept ringing. I looked, it's the Eagles. They traded up, and then, they were going to pick me, so they traded up. So, it means a lot that they really want me. So, I'm all in.
Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft begins at 7 p.m. tonight. The Cubs defeated the Phillies 9-8 in extra innings Thursday afternoon. With the win, the Cubs got the sweep, and the Phillies lost their 9th straight. The Phils look to bounce back against the Braves at 7:15 p.m. in Atlanta. The Sixers will take on the Celtics in Game 3 tonight. The series is tied at 1 apiece, and Joel Embiid is listed as doubtful for the game. You can listen to the game starting at 7 p.m. right here on The Fanatic. Flyers have off tonight as they prepare for Game 4 against the Penguins with a chance for a sweep in the series. Puck drops Saturday at 8 p.m. You can listen to that game on The Fanatic as well. And the Union will take on Columbus at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. You can listen to that game live on WWDB. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. I'm Patricia Caputo on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to bagster.com.
All right, it is 9:30 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's a Friday with Fidul. Ask Me anything coming your way in the next segment. So text in your questions, YouTube, during the break. You can send those in. And then I will have the YouTube ones ready. Patricia Caputo is in for Connor today. We'll have the text line ready. Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. You can send them in at 610-632-0975. All right, before we preview the weekend, there's always one. There's always one person.
Okay.
We have somebody complaining about the 8-minute pick clock from last night.
It was too short?
Yeah.
Long? Too short.
Too short.
Too short. It's great.
Josh Norris. I remember him from something before. I don't know where. He's now with Underdog Sports. 8-minute pick clock was a disaster.
A disaster.
What?
There's no room for analysis. There's no room to let anything breathe.
No.
So he's thinking about it from a television standpoint? Like I can't get 75 people talking about a pick that they didn't know about 25 seconds ago?
Exactly.
I loved
Stop it.
I loved it.
Give me your instant reaction and then move on.
We don't need these to drag on. Like, it's...
You don't need the... And you don't
make
need
the pick, you have the interview, and then now you're left with like 2 minutes, right?
And by the way, every player... They may not know when they're getting selected. Everyone's got a prepackaged, like...
Right. Do you give a couple of
This is what we say about this person.
Yeah.
That's a guy that doesn't have a place where he can talk about his team's selection.
I guess.
Because let's take it here in Philadelphia. Did you really want to have 15 people tell you about Lemon?
No. I heard that he's good. I saw some highlights.
You want to hear about it, then do your own research. You go online, you check out all the people that you're used to following and see what they're going to say about it. That's what you do.
Thrilled. I was just thrilled that I knew the guy that they picked, that I'd seen him play, that I got it because I didn't know about an offensive lineman from Arizona State. I only knew because of Andrew DeCecco pumping him up and talking about him. So I'm going, okay, I got to research that guy.
Right.
I loved the fact that I said, the Eagles took a guy that I've actually seen play. I felt good about it.
I think knee-jerk reaction, the initial thoughts across the board of whatever panel you're watching, whatever channel you're obviously ESPN. All right, here we go. Give you a couple of quick hitters on Mai Lemon. He does this, this, and this. He's a Biletnikoff winner. We really like him in this. Oh, and here you go, Dan Orlovsky. He says he can be, Puka Nacua. Great.
Yeah.
Perfect. Who's next?
By the way, speaking of Lemon, they got the video of him on the phone with the Steelers.
Oh, yeah, they ran it last night.
He was on the phone with
We ran it this morning.
Khan.
Thanks for watching Sportsnet Central.
I was on the air, Amy. John doesn't like the TV.
No. I can't.
It distracts him.
Anyway.
He says to Omar Khan on
hilarious.
the phone, "Why is Philly calling me?"
Oh,
so
no.
Great.
Oh,
it's so great.
No.
Well, the thing is,
Omar Khan's probably like,
damn it. Because they didn't know. They knew. Everyone knew that the Cowboys were going to go defense. That was
well known.
Check. So if I'm the Steelers, I'm like, oh, well, we're 21. Well, let's go ahead and call our guy. We can get the conversation going. Because essentially what you want, and that's something that I imagine is dictated by the league, they want to have them already off the phone when the selection comes in. They're looking into the camera or they're back down, in the green room or wherever, and that way they can stand up and they go. Because there was one pick later where the guy was still on the phone the entire time they're talking over him getting selected. Yeah. That's not what the television people want. They want the guy already known, have hung up the phone, and now I'm staring at you, getting ready to hear my name called because he knows it's coming.
Yeah.
So you do kind of jump a little bit. Obviously, you don't know if there's a trade. This is not like it's never happened before, but being caught on camera to the degree, I think it's pretty remarkable. It's pretty funny.
By the way, my boys down in Dallas who do morning radio down there, I'd love to catch him and them at the Fan. They're saying too, Christian Parker. This is a bit of a gangster move from Christian Parker came from the Eagles. Part of his deal to come to Dallas, the first 2 picks were going to be defense.
Yeah.
If you want me, this is what we're rolling this way.
The first 2 picks, and it was reportedly guaranteed to him that the first 2 picks are going to be defense.
They needed it regardless.
So Christian Parker,
I guess
Christian Parker had other job offers. And so
I'm sure it was something that he probably had in those other job offers
you
too.
want me to come here?
If you want me to be your guy,
the first 2 picks are going to be defense.
I know what works in this. Honestly, but I would hope that that's how some of the conversations go when you're hiring a new coordinator.
I didn't realize that.
Think about it. Do you think that they went to Sean Mannion and was like, hey, we've got these picks. What do you think we should do? Hey, you know what I would love?
Yeah.
I'd love to have a receiver or a tight end. That's how I would.
To get the guarantee, though, that's pretty good.
That's how I roll with my offense.
I love that.
Give me those guys.
That's awesome.
All right, let's preview the weekend. Before we even get to the actual action, we have action at the wonderful One Bala Plaza parking lot. Coming up.
This is awesome. By the way, it was all marked off this morning.
I saw.
Was it?
As
That's
I
good.
pulled in.
Yep.
Coming up at 11 o'clock for 90 minutes from 11 to 12:30, we will have a Flyers playoff pep rally right here in the parking lot at Bala Cynwyd. So yesterday, Sixers pop-up party was only 30 minutes. So it was kind of like you had to be here when it started. Here, got a little bit of time whenever your lunch break is. If you're in the area or if not, start making your way over now. Yeah, right off City Ave. It's easy. So 11 to 12:30, Flyers playoff pep rally. They will have tickets for tomorrow night's game at the Xfinity Mobile Arena here on site. To win, not to buy, to win. So your chance to win a pair of tickets for tomorrow night's game, potential closeout, potential sweep of the Penguins. There's going to be a merchandise truck. Gritty will be here. Todd Fedoruk will be here. He was freaking awesome on the broadcast the other night.
He was
I
great.
thought he was going to go down to the ice during the delay.
You thought about it.
Yeah, I thought about it. I thought he was going to
ready to go,
in.
dude.
It seemed like he was thinking about it.
Dude, he was going to go down when Sidney Crosby went down. He was ready to throw hands. And then, of course, people from the Fanatic and MMR will be there. So check us out from 11 to 12:30. And then, of course, day 2 of the NFL draft. The Eagles have 3 picks as of now, one of them being the compensatory pick, but they have the 2nd and 3rd round picks. The 3rd round pick being from the New York Jets after that Hassan Reddick trade. So day 2 tonight. We also have game 3 tonight. And I'm going to use this question now, Amy. Dawood sent in an Ask Me Anything question, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on now because I don't want to rush it. Dawood was wondering if, not when, but if the Sixers win tonight, how much does the percentage chances of the Sixers winning the series change, knowing that there is a chance that Embiid's back game 4?
It changes infinitely. It flips everything on its head. If they take this first one, they win their next game, whether it's on tonight or on Sunday. And if you have Embiid, because think about it, if you split this here, I think that's a really good scenario.
I think it's crazy.
I think it's a really good scenario. The idea of Joel Embiid playing in this series flips everything on us. You will see all of the odds completely flip. I'm not saying the Sixers are going to come out and be like a 14-point favorite in any game, even with Joel Embiid, because he's coming back from a surgery. But all of those lines are going to be so much more in the Sixers' favor. I think the series would go, it would be almost a pick-em, which is wild to think about because we thought this would be. There was a lot of people that thought it was going to be a sweep.
Well, at one point, the Celtics, it opened up at minus 900 for them to win the series. Then it got to like 1150, and the Sixers were plus 700. Like, it was crazy.
Out of control. It would flip all of those numbers on the head.
It's already
I don't think that they would be. It's not like they're going to, like I said, they're not going to come out and be like a favorite. Oh my gosh, yeah, they're going to be, minus 900 or anything crazy like that.
Right.
But it'll flip everything in the Sixers' favor.
Boston's minus 590 now, and the Sixers are at plus 440.
It's incredible.
So that one win alone changed it.
The one win alone, and then the idea that if you push this to 6, and you have Joel Embiid looming for a chance at winning in Boston, like, stop it. Come on, what are we doing? And then you come home for Game 7? Like, stop.
Like, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
What? I woke up and I'm like, you blacked out for a second.
I think that every one of you deserves it who've done all those Sixers post-game shows and everything. You deserve.
You guys absolutely.
You deserve. I'm telling you, I truly believe that we'll come in Monday in a 2-2.
I really hope so.
That would be nice. That would be nice, man.
That would be great.
It would be great. You need one of these wins. I fully think it. I said it to you guys last week. I single-handedly thought Tyrese Maxey would win you a game. Apparently, it was Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, but I still believe that. I believe those two guys are such competitors, and the way that they bring everything to the game and they make the adjustments huge. In-game adjustments, as we saw in Game 2, and obviously between-game adjustments. but on that Monday of the film session. I thought there were some tremendous adjustments for them to come out and play that way.
Sixers 7.5-point dogs tonight. Flyers -118 on the money line for tomorrow for John Kincade.
What is it?
-118 money line. Penguins -102.
Okay,
which
that's really weird to me. Again, that's a weird line.
I think it's exactly what Game 3 was. I think it was the
it's right
exact
there.
same numbers.
That's a really weird line, though. That's a really weird one.
Oh, it's the desperation game for the Penguins.
I'm leaning more towards Flyers run them out of the building.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't want to. Of course, that's what you want.
No, but that's where I'm leaning more towards what I think is going to happen.
This will be the toughest one. I think the players realize that they're going to get the best punch. They're going to try to junk up something just to try to get the Flyers off their game. But there's a lot. I mean, there's something to be said for momentum and building energy. I really think that when you're on a track and that train is coming down, it doesn't matter what you can put in front of it. It's just going to go through you. And I feel like that's what the Flyers are.
That's what the Flyers are.
I think they're going to try to do something silly, and there's going to, like I said, junk up something. They're just going to try to, whether it's try to be more physical and get them in the, they'll do something, but the Flyers are going to be like, it's like that pesky little dog cartoon. It's just like, they're just going to bat them away.
By the way, if you want to win $100 on the Flyers to win the series, you just have to bet 2,100. That's all. Flyers are 2,100 to win, -2,100 to win the series.
Well, we all know what happened.
Yeah, they're going to win. It's gonna be great. All right, Patricia, what's this Albert Breer audio you have for?
This is I found this, sent it to Rodman. You got to hear it. It's amazing.
What is it about?
It's just interesting.
Well,
No. It's about the condition of Mike Vrabel. And Albert Breer has some information on Mike Vrabel's mental state.
All right, well, we'll get that next. And then we do Ask Me Anything as we close out the week. Middays with Marks, Johnny Marks, Sean Brace. That comes your way at 10 o'clock. More draft coverage, more Flyers excitement, more Sixers excitement ahead here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
to Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, before we get to Ask Me Anything, and Patricia has the text line handled. YouTube, start sending in your questions now, and I will scan the YouTube feed. Just send in some Ask Me Anything questions. Doesn't have to be sports. Can be whatever the hell you want it to be. Before we get to that, we have Albert Breer audio. So yesterday, another masterclass of saying nothing by Mike Vrabel before the draft started with his press conference. Remember, he won't be with the team tomorrow because of counseling.
Counseling's got to start.
Has to happen Saturday. Can't do the third day of the NFL draft, which is why I said Andrew
could do the first day.
He could do the first day and the second day. But
the third day, the really important day for him.
Yeah, that's a big.
Not going to be around. I actually said Andrew DeCecco could probably get hired for
this.
A day.
Might change you though. This clip might.
This
change
was
you.
Albert Breer this morning.
I can just tell you factually, he has not been the same the last 2 weeks in that building. The sense I've gotten talking to people is like that bravado and everything else. I think this has taken a chunk out of that. Look, I really like Mike personally. I've known him a long time. I covered him as a player. I think deep down, he's a good guy with a good heart who's done a lot of good things for people and wants to do good things for people and has done right by a lot of people. I would say, to me, it's like what you don't want is that version of Mike Vrabel walking around for the next 6 weeks until summer, and then we'll see what happens when he gets back. You want to find a way to get the full Mike Vrabel back. And to me, that's the most important thing. Right now, they're lifting and running and meeting and doing all of that. If there's anything fortunate about this, it's that they're entering now into a period of time when it's important, don't get me wrong, but this is much better than this happening in the summer during training camp or the fall during the season. And so I think you have a little leeway there. The swagger, all of that, to me, that's such a big part of who Mike is. That's such a big part of how he gets people on board with him. And I think the players will have his back. I think what you risk if it's okay, he's gone for a weekend and then he's back and still 80% of him. We talked about Tiger Woods on TV last night, right? There was that whole thing, did he lose his edge after everything happened? I think that's what you got to be a little, get yourself right. We want the full version of you. And you know what? If it's a week, if it's 2 weeks, if it's the rest of the spring, we just need the full version of you. And whatever it takes to get there, we'll get you there.
Yeah, good luck. That was on our sister station in Boston.
Very cavalier. Very cavalier, though.
Oh, consequences of your actions. Oh,
to me, I'm surprised at Albert's tone a little bit in that it almost sounds like he feels like he's the victim. The way he portrayed Vrabel.
Yeah, no, Vrabel's not the victim.
Vrabel's the villain in this story.
Both parties, Diana Orsini and Mike Vrabel, doing what they did to their...
He's a really good guy who wants to do really good things for really good people. This guy was this was 6 some years with grown children, with a wife of 26 or 27 years.
Yeah, I really
don't need to hear about what kind of a good person he is.
Well,
and all
yesterday
the
during his
doing.
press conference, he's doing the whole, I'm really focused on my family and the Patriots. He
was never focused
were
on
you
his
focused
family.
on your family?
No.
Because I think you were focused on something else.
No, he was focused on something completely different.
All right. Time now for Ask Me Anything.
Now, it's time for...
What else you need to know?
Ask Me Anything?
Would you like to know more?
No. Ask me anything.
All right, Patricia, before you get started, I have one on YouTube that maybe you need time to think about it.
Okay.
Because it's another top fiver, and it's If Bayless again. If Bayless loves the top 5 stuff. Top 5 rich person's meals.
That's a good one. Yeah, you got caviar.
Oh, that's a good one.
You definitely have that. You're going to have lobster thermidor for sure.
Oh, yeah, lobster thermidor.
I don't even know what is lobster thermidor?
It's just the way it's a preparation of lobster. And then you're going to have Wagyu.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You have to be very specific with certain things, right? You have to have Wagyu beef because it's only, and you have to have,
A5.
you have to have certain champagne from a certain region in France. You really have to, everything you have in your meal has to be the top level of that. It has to be, but the Wagyu traditional beef is only, if you go with the traditional, it has to be in Japan on the very, very specific part.
Yeah, they're not
That's
going bowl and basket.
No.
No,
they're
not doing your bowl and
I
basket.
love bowl and basket.
Right?
He's a huge bowl and basket.
Big bowl and basket guy. All right, Patricia, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line for Ask Me Anything?
All right, we've got Frank in Northeast Philly. He is wondering, what is the best game you've ever been to as a fan and as a reporter, but that does not include Super Bowl 52.
Wow, the best game I ever went to as a fan. I've been to a lot of games for me. I went to the 1996 National Championship where Kentucky beat Syracuse. And for me, that was definitely up there. It was a tremendous game. That's one of the best college basketball teams, the 96, 95, 96
Wow, that's
teams
30
that I've
years
ever
this
seen.
year.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
I was a kid, and my mom went to Kentucky, and I was.
That's incredible.
That was one of my favorite games that I've ever been to. It's not and it's not a court storm. I've only stormed the court once, but that's another favorite memory for mine. But that was a UVA game.
Oh, okay.
And then the best game I covered as a fan. There's a lot of ones. One of the games that just came up to me in my memories because of the way the Flyers season ended. I covered the 2010 last game of the season, Brian Boucher Ranger
That's
game,
cool.
and I got to be in the tunnel because we were waiting to interview the players afterwards. And to me, just being that close. And covering that game. I've had some great games that I've gotten to cover. I covered when the Phillies beat the Braves to move on. And I got to be in the clubhouse after that. That was an amazing game to cover. But seeing that 2010 game come up the other day, and I was like, that was really awesome.
And it's so reminiscent to right
That was
now.
one of my first times. I think I'd only been here a little less than a year.
Sure.
And sticking with the
Little over a year.
Flyers, Colin Berger, great to see him yesterday at the Jug Handle Inn. He wants to know, who's your favorite current Flyer and why?
Favorite current Flyer is, you think you guys have asked me this before. I really enjoy watching Travis Konechny play. It's one of my favorite things.
Nudge.
Yeah, but I want him to be. You know what I mean? In the best way. He's a player that if he was played on another team, you'd be like, oh, God, TK again? But I love that he's on this team. I think he plays with a fire. Controlled chaos. But the way that he plays, and then he just gets you under the skin a little bit. And he's a highly skilled.
bit. His head was being bashed into the ice the other night.
Well, because they're tired of him. But he also has a high-level skill. This is not just a guy that's out there just to, nudge people. He's a very skilled player. So he's one of my favorite guys that I've been a fan of for a while.
All right, Patricia, what do we have on the text line?
All right, we got Kate from Haddonfield says that she loves listening to you on the show, but also says, what advice do you have for women trying to build confidence and authority in male-dominated industries?
Oh, that's a complicated question. I get this asked in different ways from students that I get to speak with, especially female students that want to go into this industry. I think it's just about believing in yourself. It sounds so simple, and sometimes it is, but if you don't believe it, then no one else will. I think you have to have a little bit of that sometimes false bravado when you walk into the room and act like you've been here type of vibe. I think that goes a long way. If you pretend that you belong there, then you will. And sometimes you have to just kind of convince yourself. There's a big imposter syndrome feeling a lot of times. I still get that. I'm just like, is this really what I'm doing today? Mm-hmm. But no, I think that the belief in yourself is really tremendous. And watching yourself back is a really hard thing to do, but that does really help you.
All right. Great job. Thank you, Patricia. Great job,
Thank you, Patricia.
Amy.
Excellent.
All right.
Patricia could also answer that question.
Hell yeah, she could.
She could.
You did a lot better job.
There you go.
What are you expecting out of Zach Wheeler this weekend, everybody?
I'm expecting a complete game. That's a shut. I was kidding.
How about 4 2/3, 1 run?
I'm going to go
1 run, 4 2/3.
I would take
but a
that
high
in
pitch,
a
but a
heartbeat.
high pitch count.
Yeah, I was going to say 6, but a really high pitch count, but 1 earned.
Yeah.
Give me 6 innings.
Velo, are we touching 94?
93.
I think we'll touch 94.
94. Early
I know
on.
it's been low.
Gear up a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a little bit low.
He loves, it's his hometown. He loves it.
He's pitched well there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So-
It's just, it's going to be hard for me to not overreact to this start.
Don't.
But we don't know about, we don't know. I don't know how his arm's
And there's a
gonna
lot
stretch
dependent
out.
on it. One of the things when you read that article about hope, it's like, you think the rotation's going to get better. The hope is because Zach Wheeler's going to be the one to solidify it.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So
I don't know
a lot
how
of hope there.
Zach Wheeler's going to make Luzardo better or Nola better.
It'll make you feel better.
Or 4 through 8 in the order will be better.
Seriously.
All right, Middays with Marks comes your way next. Amy, thank you
Thank you, guys.
always.
Enjoy the weekend. Go
Trisha, thank
Sixers,
you.
go Flyers.
Yeah, you're going to watch
Oh,
the
this is-
clincher,
yeah,
man.
we're all
Okay,
done.
and then,
We're all done.
And Sixers come back?
2-2.
2-2, I say also on Monday.
I'm excited to watch them play basketball. Everybody have a great rest of
That's
your day,
horrible.
great
That's
weekend,
horrible.
and